Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. Hello, this is what I come back to. Thank you for the gifted sub. To Itoshi. Don't tell him? You wanna know? Okay. I'm gonna tell him right now. So welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, MP-chan. How are you? How was your day? Oh my god, it's been so long since I streamed. It's been so long since I streamed. I think like a week. I don't know how to behave on stream anymore. What would I say? Should I introduce myself? I don't know. Okay, I'm going back to work. Have fun at work. Have fun. Don't you come back here. Never mind. You're gonna try to prank me, huh? Anyways, what was I gonna say? Okay, today we are going to play this Bed We Made. Actually, I've been wanting to play this game since it first came out, but I never bought it. And I think it's been like a little bit over a year since it came out. I think it came out last year, I think. I don't even remember. But I played a demo. The demo's really fun. It's like a thriller mystery game. Yeah, so like basically like the story is that you're playing as the housekeeper. Okay. And you have a stalker, and the stalker is trying to kill you, and you're like trying to solve the mystery of who the stalker is, you know? That's all I remember. Okay. New game? Anyway, this is gonna go on YouTube too. This is gonna be a YouTube VOD. This game takes account of all your actions, including the one you decide not to take. These choices will determine your fate and the fates of others around you. Proceed with caution. Ooh. So it's been so long since I played a story game. Oh my god, it feels like my old streams all over again. When I used to play story games.
Come on now, miss. Let's keep moving.
WASD to move Sophie. Sophie. Huh? Oh! Wait. I can't move left and right? Wait, I can a little bit. Up, down. Do I answer the phone? Join the Montreal Police Force. Wait. I'm at a police station? Holding cell? Oh, am I gonna meet my... Am I... Can I not move my camera? I low-key hate this angle right here. I low-key hate it.
Here we are. Good luck. She's all
Okay,
yours,
Sophie.
sir.
Sophie Roy, I'm Detective Maurice Tremblay. Let's see. 21 years old, working at the Clarendon.
Also, I was watching like an interview about the
Husband?
the game
I'm
dev.
sorry?
Are you married?
No.
The game dev who made
not
this
yet.
game.
I live with my mother. She's sick, so I have to take care of her.
No father.
No.
Actually, really
It's always just
impressive.
been me and
Could
my
do like a small
Alright,
like
Miss
indie
Roy.
game or indie.
I need you to tell
Studio.
me everything that happened, starting with
The
this.
quality is pretty good too.
Oh, par la fontaine, les filles s'en vont et s'y promènent au bras des garçons. Tu les entraînes au cœur des buissons où elles étreignent l'amour en saison.
Oh my god,
Les
Sophie?
emmènent dans un tourbillon de vraies
What happened to your goat?
car dans
My
les
goat? You wanna see my goat? I think I could bring him out.
belles chansons d'amour. Au clair de la
This bed we
fontaine,
made.
j'ai vu dans tes yeux mille couleurs.
Not really. I'm just wondering. Oh, he's sleeping.
That means
He's
done.
taking a rest.
A bit of tidying up, and I can go on break.
Oh, do I live here? No, this is the hotel, right? Oh my god! Thanks for the book. Thank you. Welcome, Nico. Welcome. Also, how are you? How is everyone? How are you, Nico? How are you? Go to Leo. How was your day? Rose on bed, left, right. Oh, I gotta make the bed. Oh, what's this?
Nothing like
Put
a
this back?
well-made bed.
Oh my god! Shit, what the fuck? This is Saturday? is that the Dark Chaos? Welcome in, Chaos! How are you? How's your day? Yeah, so... Today's Tuesday, right? It's Tuesday, it's a Tuesday stream. Also, welcome in, Phantasma, welcome! Hey, shit, just hanging quietly today. Are you okay? Should I call the police? Here to listen to your lovely voice. Feel free to make annoying noises. Thank you. How are you? How's everyone? What foul bed was created today? Welcome in, Jimbo. Welcome. Oh my god, everybody's showing up at the same time. How is everyone's day? Oh, this is the housekeeping door thing, right? Do not disturb. If fixing bed could be this easy, do you guys actually fix your bed? Because I don't. I'm just gonna lay on it, I again, you know? Like, do I really gotta fix it? Is that mirror? Hope everyone's doing well. I am, I'm doing great. It do be a chaos, yes. Stomach hurts, I eat too much pizza. Oh my god. Have some Pepto-Bismol. Yeah. Okay. Put this away. Oh, League of Legends, Beshies again. Woo! Woo! Exactly.
Only menswear. Are you in town for a business trip, maybe?
Oh wait, this is not even my hotel room. Oh wait. I'm the housekeeper. That's right. I'm cleaning this guy's room. Okay, I get it. What is this?
That's a lot of
Acknowledgement
money.
of debt.
Just what did you get yourself involved in?
Okay. Oh, I said blurred. Looks over at wrinkled sheets and mess of blankets. That's me right now too. You say that as if I have bed sheets or covers to fix on my bed. Wait, Chaos, you don't have bed sheets? Why don't you have bed sheets? Nope, no bed made here. Cleaning his room or cleaning it out. Cleaning his room. I'm a maid. Maid Selma here. Should I call respect? This game is it's kind of like a puzzle game. Why do I need bed sheets? I just lay down and sleep. And in the winter, I grab a blanket to cover up. But then, like, kill your skin particles. You know? You know what I mean? You don't sweat in your sleep. I mean, I do, but like not that much though. But like, oh, okay. I change my sheets at least like once a month. You know? Because like sweats, skin particles, you know what I mean? Hello? Oh, I can't open that? Oh, cause this is blocking it, right? I can open this one, right? Nothing? Can I search this? The static is like... Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub! Welcome in, Hovey! Welcome! How are you? How's your day? Are you feeling better? You guys don't know Hovey is sick and he low-key sounds like Markiplier. Wait, why is the mirror covered? That's suspicious. You can't clean it? Clean this. Oh my god, I have to manually scrub it! Okay. Okay, why is this low-key hard? God damn! Is it clean? It's clean, right?
I did it!
And voila.
There you go.
Ah, Sephiroth has been defeated.
What? Why is that clean the toilet? It takes one click back to like scrub the tub. Oh my god, why are you playing my clip? Fight me? You spelled fight me wrong. Oh, you spelled fight wrong. Oh, what's this? A letter? Alright. A Hovey clip. Ooh. You know me. You know my family. You had a seat at our bar since the day we opened in 49. You're more than a friend to us. You're practically family. And while friends are polite to each other, family deserves more. Family deserves honesty. As such, I want to be as direct as possible in letting you know that you're down to your last chance. Oh my god, what a specific number. The $8,380 you owe us plus 25% interest is now 8 months overdue. My patience has worn thin. This isn't like one of your unpaid bar tabs. You came to us for help and you you came to us for help and help always comes at a price. I cannot read. Oh my god. We've opened our pockets to you and time again. All you've done is taken advantage of our goodwill and generosity. We'll come over in person to make our collection tomorrow. I'll be bringing along the boys so we can all sit down and have a little chat. But just so you know, they aren't too good with words. Me neither. Oh my god. We didn't get a Hovey clip? We didn't? Was that not a Hovey clip that just played? I was safe, Chaos. Oh, you were replying to Hovey. Oh. You know the best person to shout out right now? Chaos? Ooh, Chaos, exactly. Is that me?
Literally correct.
Put back. What the fuck? Wait, I have a pillow. Oh, I have to put the pillow away, right? Place pillow.
Oh my god. Wait, this is so.
This is me struggling.
Oh, am I clicking? I am not. Hold on.
Is that it? That's clean, right? Clean.
Good enough.
Yeah, good enough. Good enough.
Oh my god, I don't read, guys. I don't read.
I don't read. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's the shoe thingy, right? Wait, why won't it let me clean the mirror? Is a brush on the ground? Wait, you forgot you had to press the yeah. I don't read, okay? Also, how was everyone's day? Nobody responded to me. How was everyone's day? Sounds the game kinda like laggy. Can I make it lower? Screen resolution, full screen, video quality reset, motion blur, upscaling. Oh, can I make it lower? No. Keep it as if, right? Quality low. Wait, it's already low quality? I told you how I'm doing? What do you mean? Did you? I don't remember. I don't even remember. Oh, stomach ache. I remember now. But for the most part today, I've just been rewatching Bakuman. Bakuman? Oh my god. I'm feeling mad, but that's pretty normal. Didn't want to bring down the mood. Ah, that's okay. That's okay. Your feelings are valid, okay? Regardless if they're good or bad.
Right at home. Look at her. Always glued to that gossip magazine.
So I hope you're feeling. Oh, you feel better watching a Shen stream.
When your own life is that dull.
You guys know I went to the doctor's today to get physical. Like I had to get a shot. It's been so long since I got a shot. it low-key hurted, okay? Wendy?
Sophie speaking.
Hey, it's Beth. Do you think you could come up real quick?
Sure.
I'll be right there.
Jacquez. Okay, we gotta remember those names. Wendy and Jacquez. She forgot her keys. Sophie, are you done? Press Q to hear Sophie's
Let's
thoughts.
see what Beth wanted to talk about.
Okay.
Now's not the time to pick up smoking, Sophie.
Oh! This is a cigarette machine?
Tempting, but every penny adds up, Sophie.
Coffee.
Oh, shock. Leaving luggage in the lobby? Are you trying to get Bernard to kill you?
Bernard.
I should talk to Beth at the front desk. This leak really needs to be fixed.
Talk to
I hope
Beth.
the weather doesn't make it worse.
19 arrested in Deviate raid. Did I say that word right? Deviate? Montreal police arrested 19 persons in the early Saturday raid at Manning's Lounge. Okay. Shop owners against new mental hospital. Wait, why? The more hospitals, the better, right? Another bloody Valentine. Oh. Someone's getting a beating. Oh, whoa, what's this? Does your personal hygiene worry you? Are those worries bothering your husband? Stop worrying and save your marriage with Liz oil? Liz oil has been endorsed for more than 60 years by scientists, medical professionals, and many other men who have women hygienes at heart. See, Chaos, this is for you. You need better hygiene. Can I go in here? Huh? What do you mean, huh?
Poor Nicole. I want to be stuck cleaning up the reception hall after a ball.
Is it Valentine's
They did draw
Day?
a short straw.
Okay. What is this? This is
Poor Nicole. No one should be stuck cleaning up the reception hall
Oh.
after a ball.
bitch, I'll fight you. I miss a scientist and was like Satan. I mean,
So, who's sleeping?
Sleep? What?
am I hearing more
You were
Smash
whispering
Bros?
Just now on the
Oh my
phone,
God,
so I thought
Smash
maybe
Bros?
Eugene or Bobby were napping in the break room again.
Oh,
I would love
yeah,
to play more
no.
Smash Bros.
It's Jacques and Wendy. They were, in the middle of something.
Ugh, it's so awkward when they start making out like no one's watching.
Oh
Get
no, they
a
weren't
room.
making out. They
We
were
literally
like
work in a hotel.
arguing. Beth. Oh, they weren't
They
kissing.
weren't kissing this time. They were fighting.
Oh,
Becky
this
smashed.
is entertaining.
Becky smashed.
I mean, oh
Lizard,
no,
lizard,
why?
lizard, lizard.
I'm not
lizard.
completely sure, but it sounded like Linda had something to do with it.
Ugh, that bitch.
Beth?
Trust me, she deserves it.
Damn. Why does everyone hate
I
Linda?
don't get why everyone hates her so much. Linda's always nice to me.
To you, maybe, but she's just the worst to
They
every
just
girl
love
she
sticks.
perceives as a
1v1 Shin versus Chaos. 1v1.
what?
I don't know. Her
No
place is
ults,
Bernard's right
no
hand, I
item.
suppose.
No
So,
timer.
You're saying I'm not a threat?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying Linda thinks that, but that's her mistake. I
Damn.
know there's more to you than meets the eye.
Oh. Thanks. So, you said you needed me?
Well, you can't
My
turn the
help,
timer off.
I mean.
Oh.
Oh, right.
Turning rules
Wanna guess
again.
why?
I mean, I don't mind. I don't know. Did you see a mouse? Oh, something to clean?
I'm guessing there's something I have to clean?
Obviously. But what is it?
What? Why don't you just tell
Did
me,
kid blow up
Beth?
again?
God, no. Did that happen recently?
Yeah, last week. I can still smell it. feel it too.
Ew.
While I was cleaning some of it,
I'm gonna stop you right there. Keep talking and you'll be cleaning up after me, too.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you'll be glad to know it's nothing gross this time. A nice gentleman decided it was time to redesign the lobby and helped us by knocking over that vase on his way out of the hotel.
Oh.
That's it?
I would do it myself, but the last time I tried to leave the front desk, Bernard emerged from his lair to scold me about procedures and whatnot.
Well, we can't have the beauty of the Clarington Hotel take absence from her throne, can we?
Oh, the people would riot.
Bernard especially.
Bernard's hardly the people.
Okay, I need to see how
Anyway.
Bernard looks like.
I have to get back to work. There's
He's
a
the
mop in
boss,
the
right?
supply closet next to Bernard's office, I think.
Thanks. I'll see you around.
Press A to open Sophie's journal. Beth? Banter? Even if it's just only for a minute. Okay. Trouble in Paradise. I overheard Wendy and Jacques arguing in the break room. Okay. Haunted Hotel? Okay, not that I believe in ghosts normally, but there's been too many incidents for me to rule out the possibility completely. Just this morning, I was waiting for the elevator on the 5th floor when I heard a loud bang behind me, like someone shutting a door, but with more force than I ever heard a person use. I looked around, but there was no one to be seen. Am I just imagining things? Okay, we have Beth, Bernard, Linda, Wendy, Jacques, family, mother, father. Okay. Can you guess what you'll be cleaning? Camera conveniently doesn't show the broken vase. Exactly. But to answer the question, I'm still sick, so I am lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Hopi. I want you to get better.
Out in there.
Drink lots of honey tea.
It's weird.
Protect the family. Say no to divorce. You can be divorced against your will. Women and children suffer most in divorce. You lose your succession rights in divorce. What? The wife's pension rights are lost in divorce. You lose your right to the family home in divorce. I mean, of course. Me too, buddy. Me too.
Shock. Leaving luggage in the lobby.
Linda, Wendy's great at
Oh,
her job.
Bernard.
Guests absolutely love her and...
Not just guests, apparently.
Oh, God damn it, Linda!
I only like her because guests like her. Making sure guests are happy is my job, after all.
You don't seem to care whether I'm happy.
Listen, when
Wait.
she wasn't doing her job, that'd be another story, but I can't just fire her
Is
without good
Bernard and Linda together?
Stirred up trouble among the staff.
But they don't like
That
Wendy.
a good reason?
Curiosity killed the cat.
Oh? Andrew?
Hi. I'm sorry. I was just...
Spying on our manager?
No.
Hey, Andrew's kind of cute.
And I...
Hey. It's okay. I'm just pulling your leg. I'm sorry I scared you.
He's giving like Archie,
I'm not used to having...
you know, from like Riverdale and stuff.
Yeah, you're always working alone up there, aren't you? I actually think it's the first time I've seen you down in the lobby. Don't tell me you've been sent to clean up after the Valentine's Day ball.
Were you here during the ball?
Were you here Friday night to see the
Why
whole
do his
thing?
lips barely move when he
Yeah.
talks?
They had someone in charge of the event, but she
I don't
ended
know.
up crying alone in the stairwell, so I had to take over.
Don't question it. Don't question it.
Did it really go so wrong?
It certainly didn't go wrong for the people enjoying the party, but for those sober around them, that's another story.
Good God. I'm glad I didn't...
I'ma
have to be there.
question it.
I don't know how you do it.
And I don't know how you handle cleaning up after other people all day. You must see plenty of
Andrew's a
weird stuff, right?
cutie.
Yeah.
What's the weirdest thing you found in a guest room?
Like his mouth movement does not match what he says at all. It's fine. It's fine. What's the weirdest thing you found in the guest room? Something gross, something very odd, something about you. Wait, what if I say this? Like this is a joke, right? It has to be a joke. Immersion broken? 0 out of 10 game? Okay. This game, your choices matters. Okay. So should I like... I don't know if she's gonna joke. I feel like if I say this, he's gonna take it seriously. But it's not true. Something gross. Something very odd. Or should I be honest? I'm gonna be honest. Something odd.
A few months ago, I found stacks of pennies in a room's toilet. Like, a lot of them.
What?
And when I
Same
got
for
to the
every
bed,
other
the
narrative-intensive
pillowcases were
game.
filled with pennies
Yeah.
as well. I'm still not sure if that guest simply had a strange way of leaving a tip.
Maybe it was a penny robbery.
Penny robbery?
I better go help Beth. It's hell here with the snowstorm.
It's okay. I need to,
Yeah, all right. Take care.
You too.
You think he likes Sophie? Raymond? Oh, that's a new name. Raymond? Can I open this? No? What this?
Bobby made it very clear he doesn't like anyone walking into his kitchen uninvited.
Okay. Okay. There's no cleaning supplies? Nothing? I need a... Oh, I took that. There's the multi-clean the puddle in the lobby. Okay. What's in here?
Stairs, exercise.
No?
Elevator, convenience.
So wait, if your decisions are important, are you going to get everyone killed again, like in kill in frequency? No. I think. Okay. I think I might get Sophie killed. Either Sophie killed or at least someone dies. I don't know. Let's try not to, you know? Oh my god. Oh, pick up? What is this?
A
Film?
I guess must have
I'm
dropped
voting
it and
everyone?
left it in a vase. Probably should return it home.
I don't know though. I haven't seen anything about this game. I played like the demo, but like the demo was like 10 minutes. Back?
Ew. I better throw that away.
Oh. Throw away. Can I keep this? Pick up? Okay.
Now I just put the leaves back in the vase, and it'll be like nothing ever happened.
Exactly. Le petit régal. Okay, I can't even read that. All breakfast order service coffee. Oh my god, guys. You know, like, I went to the doctor today, right? To get like my physical. And like they make you do like that eye test, right? I think I'm getting like more blind. Like it was so hard for me to see the letters, even with my glasses on. I think I need to get my eyes checked again. Then my vision got worse.
I understand, Mr. Ramsey. I wish I could make the snowstorm
Is your
disappear.
vision?
I really do, but
Honestly,
sadly,
I don't
that's
even
not
know. I
within my
think my right eye, my right eye is not that bad. My right eye is like,
Mr. Spade.
I don't
Mr.
know,
Spade?
minus
Well, I can check with the
1.5.
airport and let you know when flights resume.
And then
Until
like my
then-
left eye is like minus
Yes,
3.
Yes, I know. You've said that already. But no, that's very unlikely.
Bernard still leaves these around the front desk?
Like,
Guess he didn't hear Beth when she swore she'd burn the place to the ground next time she had to suffer through one of his sermons.
Can I take this?
Well, for that, you'd have to talk to my manager's manager. Would you like to contact him? Sadly, he doesn't have a phone. He's a bit of an old-fashioned fella, if you know what I mean.
If I click this one.
Yes,
No?
certainly. So first, I suggest finding
the same newspaper.
corner
Okay.
where you can kneel down. All right.
Reception.
Then you clasp your hands together and think really
Oh!
hard.
Beth said the guest was a Mr. Spade. The film roll probably belongs to him. I should be able to find his room in the logbook.
And the logbook. Okay.
I'm sure he'll be very
Characters
sympathetic to
Andrew.
your
Bobby? Who the hell is Bobby?
making
Bobby's the head chef of the character. Ah, okay.
fun never did.
Chef. Okay.
No, I'm dead serious. If anyone can make the snowstorm end, it's him. Hello?
Is this the logbook?
So, which room are you staying in, Mr. Spade?
Mr. Spade. Can I even read this? Handwriting? Spade? Spade is last name, right? Spade. Oh, here. Room 505. First time. 1402-58, 1802-58. Room 505. Can I talk to you? No? Should I mop this? Wow, I'm the best cleaner there is.
Now's not tempting, but every penny adds up, Sophie.
How do I get in? Oh,
Where am I going? I need to get back to the logbook and find Mr. Spade's room number.
I know his log number. Wait. Did I have to click it? You found your calling? Ah, okay.
No, that's not it.
Oh, wait. Right here!
505. Great. That's on my floor. I can return that film roll without going out of my way.
This is actually kind of cool, you know? I have to actually look at it, you know?
I should go to the 5th floor to return Mr. Spade's film roll.
5th floor.
Hold it, please.
Oh! Andrew!
Phew.
So far, Andrew is probably my favorite character.
You're welcome.
Was it you who cleaned the puddle by the restrooms?
Was I not supposed to?
Well, Eugene asked us not to touch anything until he's repaired the leak, but it's probably safer this way. Someone could have slipped on it.
Which floor?
Oh,
Oh,
6th.
I wasn't supposed to clean it. Andrew looks like a nerd. What's
I
wrong with
need to
that?
bring this to our VIP guest. the one who went to
I like
the
nerdy boys, you know?
Is it that British man I keep hearing about?
Isn't he? Wait, why does he need snow?
Why does he need a bucket full of snow?
No idea. I don't even ask anymore. It's just the latest.
I thought you liked Dorito men. I mean, I do too,
Who do
okay?
you reckon he'll
I
be?
like all kinds of men,
Maybe.
you know?
Sometimes I wonder if he's just pulling an elaborate prank.
But I like nerdy guys too, you know?
I've never actually met him. I always talk to his assistant. Only Bernard knows his identity. I do have a suspicion, though,
Oh?
but I'm not sure I should say it.
Can't you at least give me a hint?
Oh,
Okay, let me think.
are they having a moment?
Saved by the bell.
Ah.
Hey, come on. Don't leave me hanging.
Oh,
Let's just say I like to prolong the suspense.
oh, is he
Wait.
teasing me?
Is that a hint?
No,
Fair enough. Have fun up there.
you too.
It's cute. Don't lie, we know your true love is red flags. You know what? I was just thinking about that like earlier. I was legit just thinking about that earlier. Like, if a guy has a red flag, I tend to ignore it a lot. Whoops. I love the color red.
Mr. Spade.
And what's wrong with that? Exactly, what's wrong with that? Can it be safe, Shen? I'm
Spade?
very safe. Very, very safe. Mr. Spade. Ooh, so many cameras. Films. Oh, a red room? Wait, is it called red room? A black room? Shen sees a red flag and it's like, I can fix them! You know, I used to think like that. I'm not even kidding, I used to think like that, like, oh, I could fix him, you know? Like, he couldn't be that bad, like, I could change him. But then, like, I realized I'm too lazy to put in effort. A dark room! Ah, a dark room! I think that's what it's called, right? Is that me? Oh my god! A guy obsessed with me? Only eyes for me? Come on, this is a green flag, right? A guy taking photos of me? But then, that means he likes me, right? Oh. Okay. Oh, me putting perfume on? Oh, wait. Okay, I don't even think he's taking pictures of me. I think he's taking pictures of the bottle, right? Because the bottle was in the suitcase. Okay, Sophie sees the bottle. Sophie sprays it on herself, right? He takes pictures of that. And he takes pictures of Sophie putting it back. Damn! That means he doesn't even like me! Honestly, at this point in my life, my best chance at love probably involved red and flags. That's okay. Red is still a color, you know? Wait! Wait, but then if I clean the bathtub, he'll know I was in here, right? He probably knows I was in here if I clean. Should I not clean it? I should not clean it, right? No cleaning, right? Which might be blood red and death flags, but hey, that's exactly. Red is a great color. Red is a great color. Everybody loves the color red.
Hotel reception desk.
You know, Shen, this is a great time for an intervention. Oh, Andrew, Beth.
Beth, I need your help.
Sophie? What's going on?
I think Mr. Spade's stalking me while I work.
Really? I knew it!
You did?
I mean, I knew there was something fishy about him. He just has creep written all over his face, you know? How did you find out?
He caught me snooping? Found a dark room.
He took pictures of me. I found them hanging over the bathtub. He set up a kind of dark room.
Okay, my theory is that he wasn't taking pictures of Sophie.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Sometimes when I clean the rooms, I get a little curious and, you know, snoop through our guest stuff.
Sneaky. And Mr. Spade caught you in the act, I suppose?
Yes. I think we should call the police.
No, that's a terrible idea.
But
Sophie, that man has pictures of you running your hands through people's stuff.
I didn't steal
Exactly.
anything. I was just snooping, I swear.
I know, but say a client reports something missing. Those pictures would put a big red target on your back.
That's true. That's true. I could throw the pictures out, so I do nothing. So I do nothing. Question.
So I
Always
just
question.
leave?
Always
Do
question.
nothing?
Do nothing? No. But it'd be smarter to wait until you have the whole story. Or at least more than you have now. Before making a move. I've been in dark rooms before. Setting one up in a space that isn't made for that takes time and effort.
Wait, you're a photographer?
No. I was there to look at pictures a photographer took of me. Look, all I mean to say is there's no way he set all of this up just for a couple of pictures. There has to be more.
Oh. You want me to snoop? I could be a Snoop Dogg.
You want me to keep digging around?
Well, there are pictures of you snooping. So why stop now?
Beth?
Oh.
Loosen up a little.
I like
No
Beth.
one's dead.
Any idea where I
Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I remember Mr. Spade asking for the combination to his room's safe. I bet you anything there'll be more pictures in there.
Maybe, but I don't have the code.
Give me a minute.
Huh? I thought you were right about the bottle, but I
idiots.
wonder what kind of person lived in the room.
Can't find the combination
When
list.
she was snooping?
Night
You know,
stats.
that is
Probably lost
true.
it again.
That is
Anyway,
true.
we always ask that clients write down their code somewhere so they don't have to call reception a dozen times. Maybe you can have a look.
Wait, maybe he's the...
I call you if Mr.
You remember Andrew was talking about like the
Get
penny,
out of there in time.
Okay,
like
Yeah.
thief or something?
thank you.
Oh, it's nothing.
Oh, and Beth,
Mm-hmm.
please keep this between us.
Of course.
Maybe that's him. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Search the room for clues. Wouldn't I get in trouble though? What's this? Oh! This is one of those like shaving things, right? Okay. Should I clean? I don't have my cleaning supplies. I'm just like snooping, right? So no cleaning. Get the shaving razor? Yeah. Okay, how do I say this right? Villain. Never mind. I'm not even gonna try attempt. French, English, French dictionary. Spelling based on the dictionary de la Academy. I can't. Turn. Okay, that's it. Is he trying to speak French? Oh? Wait, what's this? He has a map? A board? Wait! Maybe he's a PI. I think he's a PI. This is something a PI would do, right? Like Sherlock Holmes kind of thing. What's this? Montreal tramway?
The oratory. I just went there for the first time and God, it's been years, hasn't it?
Okay. Canada's largest church. Special occasion, wedding, funeral. A map? A PI or a conspiracy nut? Ah, a conspiracy nut. X marks the spot. I wonder what's there.
Beaver Lake. I took Mom skating there just a few weeks ago.
Wait, these are all places Sophie went?
This was the sale where I found that winter jacket that Mom loves. Were you there too?
I think it's just a coincidence, Sophie. Why Harry's? Lots of burger? That says burger? Lots of burger places close to the hotel.
Harry's diner too. Were we ever there at the same time?
Oh. Okay. That's everything, right?
Okay. If reception gave him a code, maybe he wrote it down. Morgan. Is that your real name?
Paul
Why
Morgan.
did you check in under Mr. Spade?
Wait, I don't think this is his mail though. Return to sender. Lindsay Franklin. Lindsay Franklin. Oh wait, maybe his name is Morgan. Can I toggle plain text? Okay. Dear Mr. Morgan, you have to stop writing to this address. Lindsay died 2 years ago. I do not know what happened between the two of you. But please, let us grieve in peace. Thank you, Lindsay's mother. Okay.
Is this a floor of the Clarington?
Housekeeping, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Room service. Night mostly? Wait. Where am I? This is the map of the floor, right? He circled that lobby. Okay.
One man's
Scam?
trash is another maid's trash.
Scam? Scam.
Something tells me you won't be missing this.
Frank's beans. Okay, Paul Morgan. Clues, characters. Wait, what's this? Loan shark? Oh, from the first room. Okay. Oh,
Request to move to 507. Why did you want to change rooms?
507? Wait, 507? 507? 507? Okay, we're in room 505, right? 507 should be the one on the X, right? Because room 505 is the one right across from the elevator. And I'm assuming the elevator is the one that in the middle, right? 504 or 505? Oh.
The storm must be getting worse. My mom's not too bored without her
Wait,
TV
wait.
shows.
Can I look through it? No? Oh, a key?
What do we have here?
Should I take it? I feel like I shouldn't take anything. No, don't clean it, Sophie. Oh my god. No, don't clean it, Sophie. He doesn't know you're here.
I'd forget my own head if I didn't write everything down.
Do not
I
forget to
guess
take
we
your
have that in
pills.
common.
Yeah, guys, don't forget to take your pills. Okay. Painting. Oh, photo. Belgium, November 1944. Okay. Don't pick up anything.
Locked.
Oh!
There has to be a key somewhere.
This key! Shoes. Photo. This is him, right? Paul Morgan.
You spent 10 years in a psychiatric hospital. And it looks like you left with a long list of diagnoses and prescriptions.
No wonder he needed to take pills. Wait, wasn't there like on the newspaper they were like they wanted to get rid of mental hospitals or something? Do not, oh my god, I cannot read this. Do not forget to buy more films. Okay. This is room 505.
Did you intend for me to discover your little dark room? Or did this just fall down?
I think it fell down.
No
I think it
combination,
fell down.
No entry. That's a lot of film. How many pictures have you taken, Mr. Morgan?
Okay, I still don't know the... Oh wait, I can open these. Imagine you accidentally kill someone in your hotel room while trying to figure out what to do. You eat lunch and come back. You see room service leaving with what you're pretty sure is the body. Also, they cleaned up the blood and didn't even say anything. You know what? That is top tier room service. I'll give it like a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 will kill again. Purposely this time. Oh wait, I didn't read the letter.
That's rough. How
What
are
the
you
heck was
supposed
that
to support yourself
noise?
when no one
You guys
will
heard
give
that
you
too,
a
right?
place to live?
The woo woo woo. Am I tripping? Dear Mr. Morgan, I understand your situation and I'm sorry that you had to spend so many years in the hospital. However, this does not change the fact that you don't have the qualification for the job. And even if you did, I could not hire someone in your situation. Other staff members simply would not feel safe around you. I would ask you not to contact me anymore. Sincerely, Jeremy Sandberg? Oh. Hey, Riddle! Stop wasting my time! I'm not hiring you! Ever! Mr. Morgan. You know I have a lot of respect for you and others have done for this country, and I'm not a charity. If I don't receive the past 3 months of rent before the end of the week, you'll have to vacate the apartment. Thank you. He didn't pay his rent? Okay, nothing in here. Nothing. What about here? Nothing? Oh! Another letter?
Your
Pawn
pawn
shop.
possessions? What do you need the money for?
Obviously to pay his rent, Sophie! What else? Oh shoot! No! How was I supposed to clean that? The Holy Bible. Holy Bible. Okay. Tissue on the ground. Oh, I should close this, right? Close this. Put the key away. Yup. Wait, I still need to know the stinky, right? The code? Throw away the gloves? No. Clean? No. Switch? No. Clean? No. Pick up? No. Clean? No. Clean? Nope. I don't know, but every time I see Holy Bible, I think of the song Holy Diver. Chaos, I have a question for you. And I think you know. I have no idea what the Holy Diver is. What is the Holy Diver? Diver? But I hardly even know her. Okay. I don't know the code. Who's this? Metal Sun? Metal Sun? Oh, metal music.
No combination, no entry.
I need a combination. Is it this letter? Okay, I don't want to make the bed. That means that he knows I'm here. But like, where is the letter? Oh wait. Buy more film. If I close the door. Okay, where would you keep the combination? A metal song. Mostly recently covered by Killswitch Engage. Chaos. I have no idea who Killswitch Engage is.
Not right now, Sophie.
Not right now.
That letter from Bernard. Was there anything on the back?
That letter from Bernard? This one? Oh! Lindsay's address, Infantry Division, year of hospital discharge. Oh, wait! A present letter. The present letter is to confirm the reception of your transfer request to 507. Okay. Hotel manager. Oh! Oh! Okay, is that the code? Hold on, I need to write this down! Okay, Lindsay address. Lindsay address. Infantry Division. Year of hospital discharge. Okay. Shit, what the fuck? What do you mean, what the fuck? I'm not old, okay? I didn't grow up listening to like metal music. Oh. You know? I grew up listening to like K-pop and anime stuff.
Is he here?
What? No.
Beth, you said you'd call if Mr. Spade was coming back to his room.
Oh, yeah, I did say that. Sorry for the fright.
Oh my god, Beth. I nearly had a heart attack when I heard the phone ring.
I didn't mean for it. I was just so caught up in the thrill of it all. I had to check in. Did you find more pictures of you?
Ooh. No, but I did find a map. Oh! I was about to open the safe. The map? Should I tell her about the map?
No, I haven't. But I did find something else.
Yeah?
He's got a kind of yarn map of Montreal on the wall.
A yarn?
I'm sending some links. I'm gonna need you to listen
Lots
to
of
years ago.
places.
Okay. Okay, okay.
Visited recently.
Merde. What's the deal with this guy?
Oh. Mr. Spade isn't his real name. Unrequited love, unrequited feelings for a woman. I don't think he does. I know more soon.
I think he may be using an alias. I found some evidence that points to his real name being Paul Morgan.
Well, he's certainly not
Paul
the first man
Morgan.
to check into a hotel under a fake name.
Oh my god, my favorite streamer is live! Oh my god, is that my favorite streamer, Itoshi VT?
But the woman accompanying him isn't. Or at least, not to him.
Welcome, Itoshi. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your
Did
day?
you find anything else?
Also, don't tell MP I tell you this, but he gave you another gift to sub. I'll know more soon.
I'll know more
So
once I
this.
open the safe.
What?
Oh, so you
Yeah.
Sort of.
I'm impressed.
Don't tell him I told you, okay? Just say you found out on your own, okay?
I'll call you back.
Yeah, you better. I won't call again unless Mr. Morgan returns.
Yeah, apparently never heard of
Alright.
Killswitch Engage. I have no clue who Killswitch Engage is, okay? Okay, what was it? What was the code? Oh, okay. I need to
find some clues to decipher that code reminder.
Okay, Lindsay address. It was this one, right? What is it? 34? 34. Just that number, right? 34.
34 Summer Street. Lindsay's address.
And then, what was it? Division? The division thing? What's this one, right? 99!
99th Infantry Division.
99. I need to write that down. 99. And then, the day, the year, he got discharged. The year he got discharged. Was it this? No, right? Don't worry. I sent her a link to her cover of Holy Diver. I see. This game looks interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's like a thriller mystery. Yeah. Okay, I have no idea where the letter is at. Oh, was it here? This one, right? Wait, no, not this one. The letter where he got discharged.
Lindsay. Did something happen?
Did you bought this because of the autumn sale? Yes, I did. I bought a whole lot of games too. Did you know Beyond Two Soul? Okay, Beyond Two Soul and Heavy Rain, they're like $3. $3 USD. Okay, you know, I fucking bought it. Okay, it was $3. My God, it was so cheap. Oh, was it this letter? There's a letter in here, right? This one? No, this one was about him not paying his rent or something. Is it this one? No, this one was pawn shop. Oh, I think it was the one in here, right? In the suitcase.
I don't think I'll need this again.
No, I need it! I need to open this. Oh, do I not? I still need to play Heavy Rain. Oh my God, Chaos! You should. Honestly, I think Heavy Rain is way better than Beyond Two Soul and what's the other game? Detroit. Jason! Exactly! Jason! Jason! I love it. Detroit Become Human, do you have it? Not on Steam, no. I have it on, I think PlayStation. For sure. What date? This
Date of discharge 1957.
1957. 1957. Okay. Okay, we gotta close. Oh no, close it. Sophie, close it. Was it 34? Hold. $34, $99. No. Wait, no. How do I switch? 34, D. Oh, okay. 99. And then 57. I don't know, Detroit was really good. Yeah, I mean, Detroit was really good. But then, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased. I love Heavy Rain. Is this Lindsay?
And H.
Oh,
H.
M and H.
Are they guests here?
I don't think they are. Oh! Wait, actually, I don't know. I'm surprised you don't like Connor. Connor! I mean, who doesn't like Connor? S. Spade.
You're going through their...
Shen hates Connor, understand? No, I like Connor! I like Connor. Shen hates clinkers after... No! I like clinkers! I like Connor!
Why are you following them?
What's that guy named Marcus? I also like Marcus, okay? Press X to Jason. Jason! I love that. Film, more film. A gun?
Okay, Sophie, you should probably put this down. Now.
Or take it. It's a free gun. That's everything, right? Close it, close it. Pretend I wasn't here. Right?
M and H. Maybe Beth could find them in the logbook.
Okay. We leave. Close it, we leave. Okay. Wait, was I supposed to clean the room? I was, right? Okay, I think I was. I think I was, but then like... Okay. Okay, we go back and clean. But then if I clean it, he's gonna know I was in here. No? Okay, we clean really quick. Throw this away. Clean this. Okay. Clean this. Clean the bathtub. Oh my god, the way she looks and the gun, I assume this game takes place in the 90s. Yeah, I think 70s or 80s. This is like when... like... Yeah. I don't know how to explain it. I wasn't born this time. For sure, Chaos knows. Okay, put this away. Make the bed. Before World War II. Honestly, I don't even know when was. I'm uneducated, okay? I don't know times. I don't know history. Throw away? Should I throw it away? Throw this away? Pick up.
You are going back to my cart.
Oh, I don't think I should throw this away, no?
Yeah, no surprise Bernard denied. Who knew Bernard could be nice?
Okay. I feel like all of his personal stuff, I shouldn't throw them away. Oh! Wait! Is this a sussy? Sussy film? It's GL, guys! It's Girls Love. One room, two women, and so many secrets. Was it WEBTOON 39 or 45? Somewhere around that? I have no idea. No idea. But I had to check. I guess 1945. Didn't know when it started. Oh. I see, I see. When Shin became a cleaner, she forgot her main task. I thought I was just snooping around, you know? Oh, wait. There's a bookmark. I can't open it? No? Okay, throw away. Throw away.
I hope you weren't eating those beans.
Throw this away? No. Throw this away? No. Throw away. Cigarettes? I feel like he's still smoking this, right? It's still a full pack. So don't throw it away. Okay. Throw this away? No, because it's not trash, right? It's not trash. Throw this away? No. Pick up. Throw this away? Am I gonna have consequences if I throw these away? Okay, pick this up. No? What about this? That's for him, right? And then this. Okay, I think that's everything. I think. That's all of the trash. Oh my god. Are those menthol cigs? Like, a parody Newports? I think so.
I'm sure I'll find
Oh!
more laundry to add to the pile.
I need to grab laundry? This? Is it just this? Oh, wait, the trash. Hold on. Trash. That's all the laundry, right? Place towel. Place cups.
Another day, another dirty dish to pick up.
Okay.
Does carrying this everywhere really make us better maids?
Oh!
Bernard seems to think so.
There was a guide? I didn't even know. First rule, be invisible. Guests do not want to be disturbed. Accomplish your work as silently and discreetly as possible. Be a shadow. Okay. Leave no stone unturned and no corner clean. Okay, vacuum. Sometimes what looks like trash is actually a guest's treasured possession. Okay.
Being invisible has always come easy to me. Telling apart the treasure from the trash can be tricky sometimes.
Partial cleaning? Clean mirror, toilet, bath, bring loose towel to the car, put clean towels on shelf, Replace toilet paper roll if necessary. Empty garbage can, throw away trash. Okay. Clean ashtray. Scrub stain, make bed, empty garbage. Okay. New towel.
Let's put those on the bathroom shelf.
This is actually a lot of work. Toilet paper. Oh wait, there's a cup here. Okay, what's this? This is his pills, right? Okay, if I throw it away, is he gonna go insane? Cause he didn't take his pills? Or he couldn't? Probably, right? Turn this off. Oh. Okay, there's still liquid in it. We're gonna keep that. Okay, keep that. Keep that. For sure he gotta change the light bulb, right? Bottle? Keep that. Toilet paper.
Oh, I left the clean towels on my
Oh.
cart. Oh,
Wait, did I not grab a towel? I thought I did.
I'm sure I'll find more laundry to add to the pile.
Oh, only grabbed one? Oh, okay, 2 towels. Can I put it back?
I'm sure I'll find more laundry to add to the pile.
Can I vacuum? No? That's everything, right? What this? It's a weird stain right here. With tissue on the side. Okay, I think that's all. Is that everything? That has to be everything, right? How do I know if I'm done or not? Oh, place cup. When the fuck did we make a bed together? You? Get off my bed, you stink! No, you stink! You stink, Mom. So welcome in, Mom. How are you? How is your day? I think I have to throw these away, right? But I feel like I shouldn't touch them. You know? Because they're films. They might have pictures in them. You know? I could throw these away though, right? These? Like the cases? Okay, we're not gonna touch inside the safe. Nothing here? Nothing? Okay. What am I missing? I came back from work, jumped on Minecraft for like an hour. I just woke up because my parents are blasting the TV in the living room. Ah, I see. Must be nice to take a nap. You're missing love? Love. Is that a boy smell? Alfred K. Eaton these nuts! No, I wanted to sleep until like 4 a.m. Ah. I see. Well, Auntie, Mom, Auntie. Can I look under the bed? No. I think that's everything. Unless I could vacuum. Can I vacuum?
M and H could be in danger. Did I miss something in here? I should move on for now, but maybe I can come back later if I have a spare moment. M and H.
Okay, I think
Maybe
I
that's
just
the one
leave,
in the
right?
notebook.
I have 4 towels in my inventory. Can I get rid of it? How do I get rid of it? I can't put it back on the thingy, right? No?
Another day, another dirty dish to pick up.
Okay, whatever. Okay, moving on. Moving on. Say no to divorce! We're gonna throw that away. Clean my lobby. Why the fuck did you get so excited? Have you found a condom yet? Not yet, but I might find one in Wendy's room. What is this? A yo-yo? Pity Pots Sugar Frosted Pops. Okay, throw that away.
You have a room order for a reason, Sophie. Do not disturb. Well, that's one less room to clean today. I won't complain.
How dare you accuse Wendy of such actions? No, there's a character in here named Wendy, right? And like her and her husband are like
I'll come
always
back to this one
fucking
later.
or something.
Stick to your room order, Sophie.
Yeah. Oh!
I think I have all the supplies I need.
Oh, no? Can I open this? You're not even a K-pop fan? What do you mean? I am a K-pop fan. Okay, I could go back down, right? Can't go here. This place is locked. Okay, we go down to the...
I should call reception. M and H could be in danger.
I have to call her? Call Beth? Okay. I know, but how dare you accuse her? Do you see it? It could be porn playing over the arguments. Maybe, maybe.
Andrew, cover for me, will you? What's going on? Hey, Tintin, just do it. Sorry about that. So, I take it you opened Morgan's safe? What was in it?
I need your help again. I found his journal.
A journal?
His journal? Does he say why he's stalking you?
No, but it seems he's stalking 2 other people as well.
Oh, who are they?
They're guests. I don't know their names, though. I was hoping you could find them in the logbook.
Well, Snoopy, although it may seem like it, I'm not actually clairvoyant, so I'll need something to narrow the search. Do you know anything about them?
H and M.
Mr. Morgan refers to them as H and
Oh,
M.
he was here? Welcome back, MP. I thought this motherfucker was working, but he's been chatting. Yeah, he was here earlier. Oh, Sharon's trying to stalk her stalker? Sounds about right. Yeah, I am stalking my stalker. Found a transfer request to 507.
I found out that Mr. Morgan made a request to be transferred to room 507.
Apparently, this
But it
guy
was
has been taking
denied
pictures
because
of me.
That's Mrs. Beaumont's room.
Exactly.
Why change rooms when his entire setup is in 505?
I'm not sure. I just thought it might
Say
be
stalker,
related.
stalker.
Maybe, but
10 times fast. Stalker, 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 stalker. Stalker, stalker. Stalker, stalker.
Hector and Marcel. H and M.
Banned Doshi for not working? Damn, don't make me contact HR. What do you know about the cruises?
Do you know anything about the cruises?
Well, I saw them come in and out of the hotel a few times. Called a taxi.
She
for
keeps
them
saying
once.
stalker.
Mrs. does the
Stalk.
smiling and the other frowns a lot.
Stalk?
Nothing to
I'm
write home about.
stalking. I'm stalking.
You have room
Am I saying it
509
weird? Am I not pronouncing the L? Stalk?
I do, actually.
Oh my god.
And
What? Oh my god.
Unusual here. Just a maid. cleaning her
Stalker.
room.
That's my girl.
I'll call you if I find anything.
That's my
Just
girl.
be careful, okay?
I will. I promise.
Yeah, I'll look at it after work. Yeah, call HR. He loves speaking to HR. You see my Discord message? Good girl, Shen? What do you mean, good girl? Good woman, okay?
I must have forgotten my keys in the break room again.
Okay, where is the break room? Where is the break room? Where is the break room?
I'll need my keys to enter room 509. I should probably check the break room.
The break room is in the first floor, right? Good girl, Shen? No, good woman. I said good girl, Shen. Good woman. What a good girl. what a good boy you are.
It's locked.
Oh, is this my locker?
The way they look at each other, you can tell it's the real deal.
Wait, whose locker is this? Bernard? Presents? Close it. The locker room. We need that redeem? Terrible? Is it not? I think it's on sound alerts. Is it not? Actually, I don't know. It has to be. You're such a good boy. It's not even the voice. The line is just. Okay, it is just bad. There was no effort to. What do you mean? What do you mean? Meow. Welcome in, Waffle Cat 40. Welcome. How are you? How is your day? Okay. The break room?
Shoot, it's locked. I guess I'll have to get Linda's master key instead.
Linda's master key.
Rebecca's had her hands full lately. I hope she...
Okay. Oh my god, chat, she meow? I did meow. Wait, did the blurb worked? Did you guys hear it? Now I had to drop her and
Hypocrite bitch. What did Linda do?
Oh!
And to whom?
What? Linda, my wife will be at her parents' tonight. Come by my house at 8 p.m. Make sure you bring the new lingerie I bought you. B? Wait, I thought Bernard was married to Linda. Oh my god. She's a homewrecker? He's cheating on his wife? Oh wait, what? Oh my god. I'll clean it. That's the name of my new album now. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, my king come true? What do you mean king? Oh, tights?
Tempting, but every penny adds up, Sophie.
Every penny adds up. Oh, a photo!
Tossed aside by your best friend like that? Oh, Wendy, that's a special brand of heartbreak.
Wait! This is Wendy. Then who's the one next to her? Is someone crying? Imagine being tossed by your friend. Could it be me? Oh. Rip, rip. Can I stoop? Oh my
wish I
god!
understood you better, Yvette. You and Wendy had such a close friendship. Why throw it all away?
Okay. Wendy and Yvette. Wendy and Yvette. They have beef. Now Wendy is isolated. Oh, port? Wait, this is the same cigarettes from the guy's hotel,
Yvette's
right?
and Susan's favorite activity, talking behind other people's backs.
So now we have to provide soap to the guests? This is getting ridiculous. What's next? A hair dryer in every room? Speaking of hair, have you seen Rebecca's new haircut? I think they should look even uglier. Smoke break at 3:45? S. Okay. S. Who is S? Who is S? So many coffee mugs. Oh my god. Like, other than me, I don't think we know who the other S is, right? Oh, Susan! Susan, okay. I get disassociated. Women throw it all away for love if they like the same person. Fake friends into homewrecker. God damn, mom. Are you okay? Okay, Susan is definitely the other one, right? The other friend. Okay, this is my Valley Girl accent. Okay. I can't believe Miss Perfect got the Employee of the Month award again. Oh, reward again. I'm sure she won't even use the mixer she won. She's too dumb to understand how it works. Poor Jaquez. He deserves so much better than that stupid whore. And did you see the look on Sophie's face when Bernard first showed the mixer? You swear that weirdo had never seen one in her life. Anyways, join me at 11:15 for a smoke break? Question mark? Why? Okay. See. Oh! Thanks for the redeem. Thank you. Say no to divorce. Okay, close this. And then Wendy. Again, when am I ever okay? I don't know, Mom. When you're asleep? Is this a bullet? No, right? What? I don't know what this is. I don't think it's a bullet. It has a carving on the top. Is this lipstick? Huh. Okay, nail polish, hair
This
rollers.
goes beyond constructive criticism. It's just a personal crusade.
No! Wait, Linda wrote her a letter. Lipstick kind of short though. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like, it kind of looks like a shotgun casing, you know? But then it has a engraving on the top. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. That's not even a bullet casing, dude. What is it? Okay, let's read this. Linda wrote this. Wait, if Linda wrote this? Wait, I'm so confused. Linda wrote this, then who wrote bitch in red? Wendy? Wendy, do you think I don't see the way you talk to guests? The way you smile at them and call them sweetie while you fill the coffee cups? The way you laugh at the jokes and bat your eyes like a stupid teenage girl? I'm sure if you're doing it for the tip or to get the Employee of the Month reward, but either way, this is unacceptable. And I won't ever mention the way you wear your uniform. This is a respected hotel, not a pleasure house. Although, I've always had a problem with your behavior. I tolerated it as long as the guests were happy. But now that you're getting engaged, I can no longer remain silent about it. What would Jaquez say if he saw you? I'm sure he would be as ashamed as I am. Maybe you've got Bernard fooled like every other man, but if you don't change your behavior, I'll find a way to convince him to fire you. This is your only warning, bitch. Oh my god. Wait, okay. No, wait. Bernard is sleeping with Linda, right? Linda wrote this. But in this letter, Wendy and Bernard has a thing? I'm so confused what the relationship is. I'm so confused. Wendy wrote it in response. Ah, wait, no? If Wendy wrote this, then why would Wendy write her name on the top? Yes, Linda seduced Bernard while Bernard is engaged to Wendy. Okay. Wait, Bernard is engaged to Wendy? Wait. Okay, I'm so confused. No, Wendy wrote bitch in response to the letter from Linda. Okay. No, but Bernard is married. Bernard is married because Bernard has a wife. And it says here, Wendy is engaged. Wait, Wendy is getting engaged. But Jaquez? Okay, Wendy and Jaquez are together. Okay, Wendy and Jaquez are together and getting engaged. Bernard? He's fucking 3 girls? That's what I'm saying! He's fucking 3 girls? What? I'm so confused. Okay.
I don't want to think of what could happen to Wendy if someone found these.
Should I throw them away?
Off limits.
Off limits. Jasmine? Wait, no. How do you say that name? I'm not making an attempt. Okay, Carol. Okay. Man's getting around. I mean, he's the boss, right? Who doesn't want to sleep with the boss? I'll sleep with Andrew. Andrew's kind of cute, you know? He has Wendy and Linda as side chicks, even as Wendy is engaged. Yeah, she is snooping around people's locker, invasion of privacy. I love tea, you know? Oh, Buns, you missed it when Shen hates. No, I don't! I don't want to sleep with my boss. If he's rich? What is this? Curl. Here's the chambermaids, guys. I talk about. Come see me. You have questions about the job and stuff. I can. Oh, okay. Carol's a new hire. Carol. I hope you're having a great first week here. Valentine's Day is always a busy time, but of course it's a busy time. They're like fucking. On Valentine's Day, of course. But do not worry. It should calm down soon. Yesterday I saw you watch while we were playing cards at lunch. You are welcome to join us today if you wish. Nicole. Oh. Who is Nicole?
Linda usually leaves a master key in the women's locker room.
Joe?
It's locked.
Nicole? Oh, wait, what's this? The hidden enemy. Invisible forces looking around the shadow, threatening our very way of life. It is not the communist. It's the homo. What? What is this? Is this an anti-gay poster? Is she homophobic? Wait, oh my god. A menace to the young, a threat to everyone. How do we spot them? They move unnoticed in the society, working in every field. They may even be married and have children. They could live next door to you, attend your church, or even be your son. Wait, this is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my god, Nicole. What is? I thought she was gonna write. She was saying Heavy Rain is better than. Okay, I'm saying I prefer Heavy Rain over Detroit. Okay. Shen. Oh my god, Shen is holding on. No. No, I'm not. I don't know. I think it's because Heavy Rain was like my first game that I actually like loved playing, you know? Dear sister, we need to talk about Kevin. The other day, Patrick received some pamphlet from a friend from the States, and now he is convinced that our child is a sissy? How is that even possible? The boy is only 5 years old. Does it really matter if he likes to play with girls and prefer dolls to toy cars? Still, I cannot help but think, if Patrick is right, if Kevin indeed is like that, what kind of future awaits him? Will he ever be able to get a job, to have a family, to live a normal life? Every time I look at him now, I feel like crying. I just want my little boy to be happy. Is that too much to ask? Love, Nicole. I mean, if your son is gay, he is happy. Oh, close it.
Off limits. Fine.
Beth?
Keep your secrets locker. Open
No.
sesame?
I can't even open my own locker?
Fine. Keep your secrets locker.
Tips?
Haven't gotten any tips so far today.
Oh wait, no, that wasn't even my locker. That was Beth's locker. Okay.
Being recognized for doing a
Because you played it first? Yeah, exactly! Make it make sense. I play with girls and Barbie dolls. I also play with Power Ranger dolls and save them. I mean, there's nothing wrong with toys. You know? I mean, if you think about it, like little boy toys. You know, like let's say, for example, like He-Man. Like, you give your son a He-Man doll to play with to make him masculine. But then, He-Man is like a half-naked dude with, with a blonde, bobbed hair. You know? Like, is that not a gay toy? You know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's questionable, you know? Sophie, I noticed a real improvement in the quality of your work lately. I've heard a few guests say how clean the rooms are after you go through them. Who knows? Maybe you'll manage to steal the employee of the month reward from Wendy, Linda. Okay, Linda! Linda is such a, like, instigator. Close this.
It's locked.
Rachel?
Open sesame?
Rebecca.
Nope.
Okay.
No luck.
Who's crying in the bathroom? Oh, is that Wendy?
What is it?
Wendy? It's Sophie. Are you alright?
Do I sound
So that's why
alright?
so many girls are bi. They've been stripping Barbie dolls ever since they were young.
I
And
guess not.
I mean, I don't know. I've heard you and Jacques
I was in the
earlier.
break room earlier, and I couldn't help but overhear your argument with Jacques. I'm sorry you let Linda get to his head.
Is that how you say his name? Jack? Wait, I've been saying Jacques. It's not Jacques. It's Jack. What? Why don't he just spell it J-A-C-K? Wait, what?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What? Jack? That is so dumb. That is so dumb. Oh my god. It is a French spelling. Jack. It's pronounced slightly different from Jack. Ah, I see. And being French, nothing works the way you expect. That, you know, that is true. That is true. Oh my god, this whole
I
time.
just have to make sure I don't forget to return it.
This whole time I've been saying his name wrong. Oh my god.
Right. The
Damn.
master key only unlocks the guests' rooms.
Oh.
I'll have to get my keys later. At least I can get into 509 now.
Okay, so we go to room 509? Okay. Oh, wait. There's more lockers here.
Off limits. Fine. Keep your secrets. People don't usually
No?
leave these unlocked.
Eugene! Ooh. The A makes a sound. If you remember right. Okay. Jack. Jack. Okay, Eugene is the handyman, I guess. Eugene, half the washing machines are out of order. Because of this, I won't be able to finish our current load-in time, and Beth will be forced to offer guests an apology discount. Please fix the machines before Bernard kills me. Rebecca. Okay. Same day laundry service. 4 or 5. Okay. Close it.
Opens.
Bobby. No Bobby.
No luck. The way things go missing around here. Sometimes it feels like the hotel just gobbles things
Lost
up.
gold bracelet. Please return to Yvette. Gold bracelet? What's this?
Oh, Carol seems sweet. If I wasn't so bad around new people, maybe we could be friends.
Hi everyone, my name is Carol and I just started as a new maid. This is my first job and I'm really grateful to be given a chance to work in such a nice hotel. I can't wait to meet all of you. Welcome to the team. I hope you enjoy here. Nice to meet you. You have the same name as my aunt. Welcome, Carol. Nobody cares about your aunt, Oh, that's... Damn. That's so mean to Rebecca. Oh, you clipped it? Quest. Do not forget to tell guests to avoid blocking corridors with their luggage. This is an accident waiting to happen. Bernard. Okay.
Oh, Andrew. I hope someone here shares your passion for reading.
Andrew's book club? Why, that's so cute. That's a club? Let's talk about books and stuff over the nice cup of coffee. Oh, wait, nobody grabbed it. Nobody took a... Wait, what do you call those? A freaking tab? Can I take one? I'll take one.
Yeah, Linda's not exactly, my door's always open. Come on, it's locked. Eugene must be running around trying to keep the hotel in one piece.
Okay, we go back to room 509.
Oh, hey, Beth.
It's Beth.
On break already?
Sadly, no. I have an express delivery to make to the 6th floor.
Isn't that Jacques or Andrew's job?
Well, they're both busy, so...
Jack.
What about you?
This is why we leave our reading book hobbies to ourselves.
I just
You
had to
could
grab
treat it the way Andrew does.
before I could
Aww.
continue
I'm sure you can find like...
Oh, I see.
Book clubs.
Well, this has been quite the day so far, hasn't it? I can't remember the last time work was this interesting.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it. That's not all.
Same as
though.
writing. I mean, there's a thing called Discord. I just saw something on Linda's door.
While I was looking for my keys, I found some graffiti on Linda's door.
What kind of graffiti are we talking about?
The words hypocrite bitch in red lipstick.
Wait!
If I had to bet, I'd put my
Who
money on
wears a
Lindy.
red
Linda's been
lipstick?
treating her like her personal punching bag as of late.
Wait, that bullet casing. Okay. That bullet casing looking thing. I'm pretty sure that's a lipstick, right? It has to be, right? Who had it? Was it? Who locker was that? Who locker was that? I forgot her name. Who locker was that? I don't remember. Okay, Lindsay. We won't tell. I bet you don't even know either, Mom. Okay, what's the other girls? There was like 5 different names. Lindsay, Rebecca. Nicole? I don't think it's Nicole. Oh well, I'll figure it out later. If Bernard hears about this, I don't want to get involved. Linda's being too harsh.
Yeah, Linda's been pretty bad to Wendy.
Yeah, Linda. So far, Linda seems like
snapped.
Remember
a
that
B
day
word.
when Wendy came to work with her gorgeous perm? The
It was
staff,
before the letter to
clients,
Wendy.
Everyone complimented her.
Was
Then
it Nicole?
Linda came along and sent her right back home to straighten it out.
Oh, Yvette?
Because her cosmetic choices were distracting the clientele. Ugh.
I'm not trying to excuse her behavior, but I think Linda's under a lot of pressure right now. It can't be easy, managing so many people with Bernard breathing down your neck.
You know, I don't know how you do it, Sophie. Maybe it's because my empathy only goes so far, but
okay.
I admire that you're able to feel for just about
Linda's the
anyone.
side hoe who wants to be the main bitch but can't, you know? Yeah. Oh, wait, what's this? Hearts? I feel more for some than others. The heart authenticate. Flirting options! Wait! I can flirt with Beth? Huh. Some GL action? Huh. I don't know. Should I do it? No, we want BL action? Huh, I don't know. Okay, if I flirt with Beth, can I also flirt with Andrew? Can I 2-time? Is that possible? Can I 2-time? I know. I hope anything. Okay, guys. I just, you know, it's just. I think. Okay, I really like Beth, and I also really like Andrew.
I like to put myself in other people's shoes.
You hope?
Especially if they're people I find fascinating. Like you.
Wow.
Ow!
The
Like
way
you?
turned that compliment right back around at me was masterful. Well, this was a lovely chat, but
I mean,
I
Beth
better
is
see if
definitely
Eugene is
like
around
mommy
maintenance.
material.
Hopefully he can help me find this thing for
Copium? I can taste the copium.
We've both got a lot on our plates today.
I can't wait to find out more about our friends H&M. Take care.
You too.
H&M. H&M. Stay a bit longer. Stay a bit longer. Hold on, I want to take a look again. Okay. Was it the locker room? Locker room? Locker room? It was the one next to Jasmine? Wait, no, Wendy. Wait. Okay. Wendy's the one with the lipstick, right? Yvette? Wendy's the one with the lipstick. That means Wendy was the one who wrote this thing. And now she's crying in the bathroom. This is to Linda. Okay. Can I close this? Okay. Close it, close it. Now we leave. Honestly, I don't really know who Linda is. We haven't seen her. Also, Shen, I played your song twice as the intro to my stream. Okay, why is everyone doing that? You know, like the other day, I popped into Itoshi's stream, and then he had that. He played that as his intro, his like stream opening. Oh my god. Oh my god, should I close this? Okay. Room 509. There we go. I said I was gonna do that until you finish Sekiro. I mean, go ahead, give me the views. You know, I'm not hating. You know. Okay, check the closet. Safe. I guess Hitoshi just did it just to do it. Respect.
Hold off on throwing this out just yet.
Oh.
It's practically untouched.
That's true. Wait, and champagne?
One of our more expensive bottles. Was there a special occasion?
Oh wait, it's unopened too. But the ice is all melted. Shay, you should tell the joy I told you to Dark about the two things in the air. No, I'm not saying it. No. Stop roaring and save your marriages. Okay, I read this already. Throw this away. Okay. The flowers are dying.
Wow. You look like a couple out of a magazine.
Okay, this is H and M. February 14, 1948. Wait, they got married on Valentine's Day? Fine, I'll do it. Don't say it in my chat, okay? Don't say it in my chat. The Holy Bible. The Holy Bible. What is this? Oh, okay. I'm saying in the chat. No, don't say it in my chat. It's inappropriate.
A co-worker.
Oh. This is Mommy Shin, okay? Mommy Shin right here. Dear son, I cannot believe you decided to renew your vows so far away from the family. Your father and I are very disappointed. And so are your sister. Montreal? What a strange destination. I would not be surprised if this was another one of your wife's idea. I met Lucina. Oh, am I saying her name? Luciana. In town yesterday. She has 5 children. 3 boys, 2 girls. And is pregnant with the 6th. Juan has just bought them that nice house on the corner of the Prado and Ramos. Imagine you had married her like you were supposed to. You would have your own family by now. Yesterday, I also drove by your home to get the mail. As I was leaving, I met a man who was looking for you. I think he is one of your colleagues from work, but I am not sure. I told her you were in Montreal and will be back next week. When do you come back exactly? I hope you can be there for your uncle's birthday party on a Friday. I will make your favorite cake. Your mother. Okay, the guy who was looking for him is probably the guy in room 505, right? I think so. What is this? Calendar? SW. SW?
SW. Looks like you had a few appointments with him, Mr. Cruz. Or her.
SW. Who is SW?
SW.
More SW?
Looks like you had a few appointments with him, Mr. Cruz. Or her.
Montreal. Okay, I gotta close it. Close it. No more snooping. Belt. What is this? Oh, expenses. Tramway? Hotel restaurant. Harry's Diner. Wait! This is all the... Like from the guy's room? The clues. Harry's Diner. Okay, the ticket and stuff. The church. Room service. The skates? Okay. Is she not gonna say anything about it? No? St. Joseph's Oratory. Okay. Wait! Discover historic and gay Montreal? Is Montreal gay? Oh my god, you said a joke! Jesus. Wait, okay, I have a new theory. Okay. I think H and M are a gay couple, right? A gay couple. And H and M is one of the son from the letter. Which is why he didn't want to marry the girl. Because he was gay. I think so. Okay, more food here.
More work for poor Rebecca. Hang in there, Reb.
Which son? Correct it? We don't know yet. We don't know which son. All we know is that H and M was in this room. But we don't know their names, you know? Okay, scrub the mirror. Okay. And there's 2 sinks? Couple sinks? Oh my god. Can I look at that? No?
These are lovely. I wish you'd had more confidence in yourself.
Wait! A love poem? Love letter? Remember he was playing with Barbie dolls? No, that was No! The Barbie doll was... What the hell is her name? Rebecca's son, Kevin? And he's like 5 years old. You know? I think Rebecca. One of those girls. Alright, but I think I'm gonna lay down for a bit. Let my stomach settle. I'll be lucky for now. Thank you for the leg, Chaos. Thank you. Drink some milk. Or like... I don't know, water. We have to make it clear which son you're talking. That for the letter we just read. Okay, I still love you as much as I did the day I met you. I will always remember the first time I saw you in that beautiful blue-red dress on the... Blue-red dress? This isn't gay. It seems like only yesterday when I first... 10 years ago I promised I would always love you, and today I vow pledge again what I pledged 10 years ago. Everything changed the day you came into my life. I hope it will change again when a new member enters our family. I hope we can still expand our family with a... You know how important family is to me. Wait, who wrote this? Huh. You can't just say son from the letter? Yes, I can! There's only one letter. Like, what other letter is the relevant here? The letter we just read! I gotta clean the bathtub. This is a pretty nice bathtub. Wait, why don't they make like bathtubs like this? You know, it's like, well, you can sit in. Okay, why is this so tough to clean? What the hell? Okay, it's clean, right? It's a towel. Trash. Oh, should I clean the floor? I think I have to. Weston's. Is there another trash here? Another trash bin? Wait. Oh, wait. Is this? Oh. That one is relevant too in the topic of homosexuality because he's expected to be won by the father. Details, share details. I mean, so far, their lives doesn't matter, you know, because we're investigating H&M. You know what I mean? So what's this?
Mrs. Cruz got her personal information stolen. Is Mr. Morgan behind it?
H&M. H? Harold? Fernie? Well, dear Mrs. Cruz, we wish to apologize on behalf of our company for the privacy breach that occurred on the 25th of September, and thank you for calling it to our attention. We're currently investigating the breach and trying to understand how this individual was able to obtain your personal information. Rest assured that we will put measures in place to make sure the situation does not repeat itself. Your privacy is, and always will be, one of our top priorities. Harold. Harold is H, right? Has to be. SOS 5. Wait, is that important? Hold on, I'm gonna write that down. I need to write that down. 5. Hold on. SOS 5. W8? I say 8, right? For W?
My first step should be to tidy up a bit.
Okay.
Searching a clean room is easier.
But people can take it that way even if you're talking about another day? Context, sure, but when does that matter when they... Okay, but you don't know that, okay, Mom? That's why you pay attention! Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no. You can't open that. Rose petals? Wait! Is that a bra? Hold on. A bra? A woman was in here. Oh my god. A woman was in here? And I thought this was gay. Pearls provide birth control. Birth control. Development of a... Wait, what's the NT for? G and P? Hold on, G and P? Hold on, I'm gonna write that down. It has to mean something, right? G? That's an H? Or is that an N? P? T? Birth control?
This looks right up Andrew's alley. I wonder if he's read
Shanguni
this
over
one.
Braun. Better be double D's. Hold on. Pocketbook? Is this another BL? Oh, another GL? Hold on. Margaret B. Thompson, Stranger in the Night. She thought she was tracking a killer. But the killer was tracking her instead. Wait, is this foreshadowing? Am I getting stalked right now? Okay, if I'm stalking the stalker who's stalking me. Wait. Is this the stalker is stalking me, stalking the stalker who is stalking me? Oh my god. Damn, I missed the whole stream, bruh. Welcome, man, Miss. Welcome. How are you, Miss? How was your day? Yeah, now that you're here, the stream is gonna crash. Oh my god. Gloria Gray is a aspiring writer who works in a diner by day and writes crime fiction by night. When a series of murders occur across the city, she decides to pursue the killer in the hopes of turning her story into a best-selling novel. Oh, okay. 50 cents? That is expensive. Oh wait, what's
Someone
this?
tore that note apart, but I'm missing some pieces. I can't make out what's written.
Wait, then we have to find pieces of the note? Anything here? No. How about here? Wait, nothing here? Is it around that time too? Oh, so she's a dumbass in the book? I mean, I don't know. Why the fuck would you go out your way to find a murder? Just for your book? I mean, if you're that ambitious, you know? You go straight to the core.
Am I reading this right? The account's been emptied.
$0? Wait, how much money is in? $5,000? Why do they need $5,000? Huh. Marcella Cruz. Wait! Marcella? Wait. Okay, H and M. M is Marcella. H is Harold. They're married. They have to be married, right? They have to be married. Okay, then Marcella and Harold is... Oh, can I close this? Hold on. Leave no trace. Leave no trace. It's from the one picture here. Hold on, where is it? Where's the picture? Where's the picture? This one? Marcella and Harold? They got married on Valentine's Day? I bet they're both gay. That means that Harold is the son! The son in this letter. Okay. He's the son in that letter. That means that he's not gay though. Oh, he's not gay? I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed now. Idiotic and naive? I mean, you're desperate enough, you know? Shan, did you know fingerprints essentially disappear when someone else touches the exact spot you did? Really? I mean, that makes sense, you know? Cause they're smudging your fingerprints and replacing it with theirs. Isn't that like logical? Also, guys, the other day I went to go get my live scan done, right? It's like when you do a live scan, they like take your fingerprints and stuff. And like, oh wait, what's this? Is this lube? Wait, Liz oil? Wait, Liz oil. Are they having a divorce? I think they're having a divorce. But yeah, I was getting my fingerprints done, right? And like for some reason, like their scanner wasn't like scanning my fingerprints. So the lady that was like doing my fingers, she was like pressing down super hard on the screen. How did your background check come back, Sussy? I mean, I don't know. Was your hand wet or moist or dry? I don't know. I think it was normal. I don't know. The lady told me to put hand sanitizer on. So I put hand sanitizer on. My hands were dry, I think. But soft. Okay, I put the towels back, right? Towel back.
Looks like someone had quite the shopping spree. Maybe I'll find more of those torn paper pieces if I keep cleaning the room.
Torn paper pieces. Torn paper.
No combination, no entry.
Torn paper.
What were you apologizing for?
I'm sorry, please forgive me.
And were you forgiven?
Okay, who do you think is saying sorry? I think... Okay, one of them has to be gay. One of them has to be gay, right? I think... Okay, from the creepy guy's hotel, he had like this book about like GL, okay? Two girls liking each other. So I'm gonna assume... What's her name again? Marcel? I'm gonna assume Marcel was in love with someone. My colleagues, family guest. Oh, Marcella. Oh wait. Hector? Was his name Hector? Not Harold? Okay, Hector. Okay, never mind. Hector? And Marcella. What is this game about? It's like a mystery, like a puzzle, mystery, crime. Okay, I'm stalking the stalker who is stalking me. And I'm like trying to figure out like the tea, you know? Place towel.
Another day, another dirty dish to pick up. Where could the rest of that note be?
The rest of the note? I have
check
no
the
idea.
other garbage cans, maybe?
No, I just dumped out the garbage cans. No? Oh, wait. Wait, there's more paper? Can I grab this cup? Is it Beth?
Hello?
Also, you've never been a public servant before, huh, Shen? You never got fingerprinted before? No, I have not. I have not, no. It was my first time ever. What the heck is this? Scary movie? You like scary movies? Call reception? What's your favorite scary movie?
Clarrington Hotel reception desk.
Beth?
Sophie?
Did you just call me?
No, I didn't.
Then who called?
What do you mean, who called?
Someone just called, and they said nothing. All I could hear was static and breathing.
Whoa. The creeporama just keeps on going, doesn't it? Hold on. Hey, Archie.
What's up?
Give me a second, Sophie.
Wait! They call him Archie?
Turns out Archie here patched a call through to 509 moments ago.
Is it because they look like... Okay, that's funny. Normal calls to 509, okay?
Did he recognize
Archie
the caller's
Andrews.
voice?
It's so funny.
Yeah.
Let me ask. Okay, so it was a man's voice, but he can't be sure if it was our creep.
Anything else?
Did he notice anything else?
He says he heard a faint bell in the background. It sounded like the elevator's bell, so he assumed the caller was one of our clients.
You didn't see Mr.
Wait,
Morgan
one
come
thing.
back to the hotel,
If he's
did
into
you?
GL, shouldn't you not flirt with
I
the girl?
understand why you're creeped out, but I don't see how he
You know
could
that's
possibly
true.
know you're in 509.
But then, like, we don't know if he's into GL though, cause like,
I know.
okay,
I know
my
you
first
did it.
theory was that he was a PI. He had like this whole board of like clues and stuff, you know. He had like pictures and stuff, but we don't know. I mean, Sophie thinks he's a stalker, but then like, I don't think he's a stalker. I think
Can you
he's like
ask Andrew not to patch any calls here for a while?
PI.
Huh, trust me, I will.
Thanks. I
Which
haven't had
guy's
time
not
to
into
check on
GL?
509 yet, so I better get back to it.
That is true. That is true.
Before you go, I have some more info for you. I was going over the details of our...
But then, Mom, you gotta remember, this is like
about this
the
morning.
1940s and 50s. You know, they're like,
Rush out of the
they were
hotel.
like
All by
homophobic.
her last, not too long after Mr. Morgan knocked over that vase in the lobby.
Oh wait. Oh.
Really?
What time?
Do you know what time it was exactly?
I think Mr. Morgan left around 10, so I'm guessing between then and 5 past 10? What?
I remember hearing a loud noise on the 5th floor right around that time. Like a door slamming really hard.
Do you think it was her?
Maybe.
Anything suspicious?
Did you notice anything weird about her?
You mean, other than the fact that she was walking straight into a snowstorm?
Yeah?
Well, I've only ever seen her with her husband. It seemed unusual that she'd be leaving alone. But now that I think about it, maybe she was sneaking out.
Oh, wait, my GL theory.
Yeah.
Marcella is. Oh my gosh, she's so gay. She is so gay
Hopefully
here.
I can make sense of all this.
I'm sure you will.
Marcella is so. Wait! What if?
Thanks for the info.
What if they're both gay? And they got married to cover it up. And the guy investigating is like discovering their bluff. Maybe, right? Maybe. Okay. I saw more trash over here. This? Does it mean they don't like it? I mean, I don't know. They can shame, but they can shame it, but they can secretly be into it. True. Like I'll shame you. What? Okay, Sophie, you're gonna read it there, in their own room. Hold and grab to move note piece. Okay. This is definitely corner, right? Corner. Oh wait, like this goes here. Okay, this part together, right? Definitely. Okay, you know I'm gonna move these to the side really quick. It's a piece of paper, letter shape. This goes here? This goes here? Wait, no. This goes here. This has to be an edge piece, right? This is the middle piece. It's the end. Right here. Am I missing something? What happened to all the edges? No way, I'm this bad. Huh? Oh, this has to be over here. Huh. This goes together for sure. This has to be somewhere here. Is it not the shape I'm thinking of? I'm so confused. This has to be here somehow, right? You rotate. Oh! Ah! I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. I got it now. I got it now. Okay. No wonder. No wonder. I was like, why is the numbers like... Why is the numbers all like upside down and stuff? Okay. Okay, I get it. Okay. That means that... This goes here. Okay. Oh, this goes here. Okay. Wait, that means that this is the middle piece. Okay. Okay. Makes sense now. Makes sense. This goes here. This goes here. What is this? Okay, we leave that out. This is 3, right? 3 goes here. This. Okay, this part goes here. Here and here. Okay.
It's some kind of code.
Some kind of code. What would you ever do is tell me? You know what? I just don't read directions, okay? I just don't read directions. Okay. Oh! You guys remember? You guys remember the letter I wrote down? Okay. So SOS is a 5? Did I write 5? There's no number. Okay. 5 is S. 5 is S. Oh, press any key to enter letter or press declare letter. Oh, okay. 5 S. Oh my god. Okay. You know, I love how this game, like the controls and everything. Senpai. Okay, W. W is P. WP. I wrote G as a N, I think. I think it's N. Is it an N or a really bad H? And then P is T. Okay, now this part don't make sense. Tisp. Minus? What the hell is minus? Oh wait! Wait, 5 is different. 5 is S? Wait, no, wait, no, not 5. Wait, no, wait. Oh my god. Also, thank you for the blurb. Thank you. Doing the hardest puzzle of all time. I got this. Okay, the equal sign is an S. And then the 0 is a 5. Hold on, wait, I gotta go back. I gotta go back.
It looks like the code is made up of 4 letters.
4 letters? Okay, SOS is equal 5. Okay, equal 5 equal. W. Wait. W is 8. W is 8. Oh my god. Okay, let me go back. Hold on. Shit. I spent 3,775 bits on you. That's 37.25. You know what, Mom? You gotta make that whole number. Make it $40. Okay, W. Wait, 5 is O. Okay, that means that W. W is 8. Oh, 8 is W. 8 is W. Wait, does it go like the other way too? Like if 8 is W, that means that W is also 8. Oh no, wait, I can't even put numbers down. Never mind. Bet, but instead of bits, then what else? Gift the subs? Hold on. Okay. 7W. This has to be a clue too, right? No?
SW. Looks like you had a few appointments with him, Mr. Cruz.
I don't think it is.
Her.
SW. Well, I was gonna donate butts. What about butts? Okay, more clues. SW. This one? Okay. SW. Wait, I need a... Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub.
You should.
Oh my god. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 months, Mom. Thank you. Okay, G, P, put it as N, T. Okay, is that a T or is that a... Oh, wait, I didn't see that. The B and the C. Parentheses? Wait, I'm so confused. Okay, if the P is the plus sign... Hold on. My brain. There's no plus sign here. Okay, that's fine. So for 3 months. Also, welcome in the fool. Welcome. Is this a scary game? It's kinda like a thriller mystery. Yeah, thriller mystery puzzle game. No, she's stalking a stalker? Yeah. So like the story is this is a stalker stalking me and I'm stalking the stalker. But it's a theory that the stalker is stalking me, stalking him. So the stalker is stalking the stalker who is stalking the stalker. Stalkception! Yes! Exactly that! Okay. P is T. G is N. That's what I got. B. There's not even a B here. Or parentheses. What? See? Parentheses? Okay, I'm so confused there. Okay. Okay, I need more clues. I need more clues. More clues. Or like, how do I open this thing? I need to open this.
Locked. It looks like the code is made up of 4 letters.
4 letters. Oh wait. Did I have to look at this? Like, inspect it? Oh!
Yes. These are part of the same set. I think I can use this. More of these symbols. Just what I was looking for. More of these symbols.
Okay. Oh. Oh my god. Thank you for the 275 bits. Thank you, Mom. Thank you.
Locked. It looks like
4K boys total? Oh, I was about to say, what do you mean by 4K boys? Four K bits. Okay. Hey, what do you mean? That's all you, Mom. That's all you. That's all you. More notes. Okay, where do I find more notes? Okay, turn this off. Turn the radio on. No, nothing? Okay, but what news is like parentheses? Huh.
No combination, no entry.
No combination.
Looks like someone had quite the shopping spree.
I can't look at that. Oh wait. Okay, nothing on here. Nothing on here. Okay. I'm so confused. I can't type. Fuck. NT, Mom. NT. Do you modify my emotes? Okay. Where do I find more letters? Under the plate? No. Wait. I still have a cup of mug. Can I put it away? Oh, put this away. Inspect. Partial. I've only cleaned it partial? What else am I missing? Oh wait, do I have to fix this?
Someone's been sleeping here. I should leave it as it is.
Oh, leave it as it is. What have I not clicked? Paintings. This? Nail polish? Did I miss something here? I need that pain medicine. Yes, I did. 900 points worth it. I see. Maybe I'll make it higher. Maybe I'll just take it off completely. Okay, there's nothing in here. Nothing in here. Can I open this again? I'm so confused.
You don't see someone withdraw $5,000 every day. Just what could have made you empty out your entire bank account?
Oh, wait, maybe?
So the account's in your name, And the statement's tucked away in a
Senpai? Maybe she was trying to run away.
Secretive, Mrs. Cruz.
You know? Earrings? Oh! Wait, I didn't look at this. Oh! Wait, there's more stuff here? Oh, I gotta write this down. Okay, -6p 03p murder? Murder? It spelled out murder. Oh my god. Thank you for the blurb. Thank you. $5K? Yeah, $5K. I believe it's a Twitch thing, so you can. Yeah, I can. I'm pretty sure I can take it off. Also, welcome in Havoc. Welcome. Drugs. Yup. Drugs. Oh, how are you, Havoc? How was your day?
Yeah, I think these match the symbols on the papers I collected.
Okay. Maybe we got a self-disposal here.
What?
Okay, was it minus? Minus is M. What the hell is tomb? Tomb? 6. 6 is U. P. Wait, is this P is R? Oh! Oh, it's a plus. Oh, okay. I didn't know it shows here. Okay. I didn't know it shows that I wrote it down on a piece of paper. Like I physically wrote it down. Okay, O is D, and then 3 is E. 3 is E. 3 is E. Wait, now I gotta go back.
Mr. Morgan has on the wall of 505.
Oh, there, you're still here. Yes, I'm still here.
Doodles.
It's tough, okay? It's
These
tough.
symbols match some of the ones on the that's one of the symbols.
It's tough.
Locked.
Oh, I can't open that.
It
Wait,
looks like the code
did
is
I
made
look
up
through
of
here?
4 letters.
Okay, there's nothing here. 4 letters. 4 letters. Okay. The equal sign is an S for sure. P is R. 8 is W. 5 is O. Minus is M. N is G. That's all, right? Oh, do I just gotta fill in the blanks? Oh, it's you. Okay. To your room. Wait, G. Did I get this one wrong? If this is... Wait, no. Okay, if N... Wait, then what's this? Wait, no, I don't think G is right. No. Okay. Guys, we gotta guess, guys. Okay, if this... I'm so confused. OTES? OTES? What is OTES? I think I is 4. Oh, this is L. I will 2A, right? I will leave. Wait, oh. Wait, next? I saw N, not M? I heard the crazy things about Mummy in the anime I was watching yesterday. Said that Mummy powder can be used as a... Really? Oh, notes! Notes! Wait, notes! Wait, notes. And the vents? Next?
I will leave notes in the vent next to your room.
Oh my god. Also, thank you for the like! Thank you! I hope you find your stalker and let them know you were stalking them instead. The message! I am being stalked by 3 elements.
Hey Beth,
yep.
It's me.
You're in the closet.
So, how did this go? Find anything?
I did. I found a
Well
message written in
done.
strange symbols. A kind of secret code.
A secret code? Well,
Oh my god, that took me forever.
I will leave notes in the vent next to your room.
That took me way too long.
I don't know. But whoever the message was intended for went through a lot of trouble to hide it. It was torn in 12 pieces and scattered in 3 different trash cans.
So the cruises are keeping
In the
secrets from
notes.
each
Oh
other.
no, wait, no.
Do you think
Not in the
one of them's
notes.
having an affair?
In the vents. Okay. No, I think it's black. No, it's not blackmail. I think it's an affair.
Well, that's possible. It's quite obvious they're having
But it
marital
is Shen's
problems.
closet.
What makes you
What's
say
wrong with
that?
my closet? Not gonna lie, my closet is like super messy. Super messy. Apology message. I need to check the vent. The clue icon indicates dialogue option unlocked thanks to your... Ah.
I found an apology note, neatly folded next to a room service tray. I think Mr. Cruz
Okay.
wrote it.
That's what she said.
Cheating on her, though. Maybe he forgot their anniversary or something like that. I know I'm really bad with dates. Is that all you've got?
Or wait. Wait. Thank you for the blurb. Okay. Okay, if she I thought someone was knocking. And TNT. Okay. If she was the one having an affair, then she was probably the one who wrote the notes, right? The apology notes?
Pretty much. But I should be able to find more proof in the vent. The one that's mentioned in the message. I think I'll go check it out.
I'm in the open office.
I'm about
And
to go on break,
TNT,
so if you need my help again,
TNT.
just ask Andrew to patch you through to the break room.
Alright. Enjoy your break.
Oh, I will.
Oh, now I gotta check the vents, right? This one, is this a vent?
The message said next to your room.
Oh,
So it has to be a vent in the corridor.
a vent in the corridor. Okay, guys, so what is a corridor? Oh, this? Is it this one? Ooh, I didn't even know I have an Uwu redeem. Uwu cover best redeem. Mama go have a late snack. Lurk, thank you for the lurk. Thank you. Unscrew. Wait, how do I unscrew? Oh, right here.
Can't open these without a screwdriver.
Ah, I need a screwdriver. Okay.
Looks like plaster for the renovations.
You know,
But
I
I'm not
like
good
how
with it.
literal this game is. What's this?
Sophie, you don't need these. Be careful. It's a slippery slope towards becoming a hoarder.
is this?
This must be Eugene with his daughter. He looks like a caring father.
Shen says, venting? I'm venting. A long passage in the building from which door leads into room. So a hallway? Screwdriver?
Shoot, no screwdriver. What's life without a little challenge?
No screwdriver. It's a torn note. Okay. I know what to do now. Okay. This goes here. No, this has to be on the bottom, right? Eugene. Wait, Eugene tore the note? Why? What for? Okay. This has to be here. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. Linda mentioned again?
Highest priority, huh? That means Eugene's probably working in Bernard's office.
I think Howard's are inside and corridors are outside. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Eugene. Bernard tells me. Okay, Linda, we all know Linda is a B word, okay? So we're gonna give Linda like a sassy, Valley girl accent. Linda? But I hardly even know her. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Okay, Howard is in a private place, such as homes and office quarters or more public, so school. Oh, I see. Okay. Eugene. Okay, this is Linda persona, okay? Eugene. Bernard tells me there's a cold draft coming from his window and is turning his office into a freezer. Fixing this should be your highest priority today. Linda. Okay, Linda. He tore it? He ripped it apart?
Sounds like Eugene asked Bernard to stop opposing the construction of the new psychiatric hospital. And Bernard was Bernard.
Oh. Okay, Bernard persona. Okay. Dear Eugene, I was unaware of your daughter's condition. Her condition? Is she also gay? I can only imagine how difficult this must be for you and your wife. But do not worry. You only have to look at my brother to see how rotten apples grow, even in the best of families. As for your request, I am afraid I am unable to grant it. Mr. Weston is both a good friend of mine and a benefactor of the Carrington, so it will be inappropriate for me to oppose him. Also, considering this great influence in this city, I have no doubt he will manage to prevent the hospital's construction no matter what. Thank you for your understanding. Bernard Leduc. Okay. Shop owner against new mental hospital? A group of downtown Montreal businessmen and shop owners met with Mayor Sarto Foreigner last week to air their grievances concerning the city's recent decision to allow construction of the new mental hospital on Dorchester Boulevard. William Weston. Of course William is against the mental hospital. William Weston, manager of Weston's department store, says he and his group will fight the tooth and nail to prevent hospital construction. Okay, I see. William. Right, William. I can't believe William would do that. Did you buy Silent Hill F? You know what? I am hoping buying it. Oh, I'm hoping to buy it like this week. Actually, I was gonna buy it before I decided to buy this game. But then like Silent Hill is still so freaking expensive. I'm not even kidding. What a race! You know what? I am down. I am so down. Dear Eugene, Joyce? Who the heck is Joyce? A friend of mine has heard from her hairdresser, who heard from her sister-in-law, who works as a secretary to the mayor, that the city plans on building a new mental hospital right next to the Carrington. Imagine, Denise could get all the care she needs while staying close to home. It's almost too good to be true. I don't dare get my hopes up, but still, I'll keep my ear to the ground, keeping you posted as soon as I have more news. Okay, Joyce? Is Denise my daughter? Denise is my daughter, right? Oh? W plus J?
I've never seen two people more suited for each other. I hope they work
Wendy and Jack. I'm planning to buy it this week. Really? Maybe I'll play it next week. Oh my god! Oh my god, are we actually gonna raise Itoshi?
He's a pro at fixing the fuse box whenever there's a power outage.
Oh. Screwdriver. I still haven't got a screwdriver. Hold on, wait. Let me check again. What is this, though?
Sophie, you don't need these. Be careful. It's a slippery slope towards becoming a hoarder.
Okay, this is the fuse box. It wasn't in here.
Shoot, no screwdriver. What's life without a little challenge?
No screwdriver. Where the heck is the screwdriver? Okay. This is plaster. Trash?
Now's probably not a good time to disturb Bernard.
Wait, Bernard's in there? Wait, is he and Linda getting it on? Right now? That's crazy. That is crazy. That is so crazy. That is too crazy. Screwdriver. Peek it? It won't let me. I need to open it. Oh wait! I could go in here. Oh wait, I was in here. This was the first room I was in. Wait, I didn't see this. Dear Mrs. and Mr. and Mrs. Mapleson. Regretful as we are to have resorted to light communication, our client and our neighbor, the owner of 88 and 32nd Street, has been ultimately arrested in many attempts to reach out to collect our due debt. Specifically, the amount owed to us, the sum of $1,904.75 has given us a little recourse. Okay. Okay. I remember reading this one. God, I wish I could run. Okay. Close this. I can't go there. Where can I find a screwdriver?
Eugene must be down in Bernard's office. I should go ask him for a screwdriver.
Oh, okay. Bernard's office. Oh? Bernard? How was fucking Linda? This is awkward.
It's, Miss Belivet.
isn't it?
What? Oh, Roy.
Ah, right.
He doesn't even know my name.
You're the one who took last week off, aren't you? You had to,
It was
take care
good.
of your sister, I think?
Mother. My mother. She's very sick.
Wait, is he gonna try to rizz me up?
I need to know I can count on you.
Am I gonna be his next side hole?
What are you doing?
Can I be
here
his
anyway?
next side hole?
Are you on break?
Oh. Okay, the joke icon indicates a lie. Lies may get you out of a tough spot, but be careful not to get caught in a lie. No, I need a... Oh. Am I... Okay, I can't tell him I need a screwdriver. Because why would a maid need a screwdriver? I'm not a handy woman. I'm a cleaner. It's not like I'm gonna use a screwdriver to clean, right? That means that I need to lie. Should I lie? Okay, we're gonna lie.
Yes, I am.
Don't take too long.
No, I won't.
I hope you didn't take too long too, Bernard. Haha. Haha. Get it?
Well, don't you look mischievous.
Oh.
Hey, B.
Mommy Beth?
If you're planning to give Bernard a good scare, sign me up.
No, I'm looking for a screwdriver. For the vent. Linda asked Eugene to fix Bernard's window.
Oh, I see.
Eugene?
Oh,
What the hell?
the window's open?
You'd better go and take a look. I'll stand guard by the elevator and make some noise if I see
Is
the light.
Eugene dead?
Okay, thanks. I'll be quick.
He better not be dead. I haven't even met him yet. Why is the window open? No! I see a letter and a screwdriver on the floor. No! Wait! I think... No. I was never here. I was never here. Wait. No, I was never here. I was never here. I was never here. Please. Can I read what's on the typewriter?
This does not look like a nice...
I don't know what's going on, but 07?
I had no idea things were this bad between Bernard and Raymond.
Okay, who's Raymond? This is the second time I heard his name. I have no idea who Raymond is. Thank you for your invaluable input, but I need to remind you the terms of our agreement. I did my part. I got you out of jail and have assured that news of your deviant ways would not leak. Now I expect you to keep your side of the bargain and stay out of my way. You are not in charge of the hotel anymore. Oh, his brother. I worked relentlessly the last 2 years to return the Keratin to its former glory. A great challenge considering the poor state you left it in. I'm glad father never got to see how you shamelessly destroy his great legacy. As for me, I will be dead too before I listen to a single word of advice from you. You ask, I lower our prices, but I can't tell you I plan on doing just the opposite. My guess will... Inflation? Come on now. My guess will only be la creme de la creme. Your deviant friends can find themselves another place for our sinful... Okay, how do I say that word? Debaucheries. Enjoy your retirement. Okay, so Raymond is Bernard's brother? He went to jail? Alright, let me look. Nothing here. Oh, notes? No. Can I not look at it? No, I wasn't looking at that one, please. This one. Can I not inspect that notes? No? Then why is it sticking out like that?
Well, just look at these distinguished gentlemen. And a young Bernard.
Okay, Bernard is this guy. I'm guessing that's Daddy. And then that's Raymond. Okay.
Kind of wish I worked here when Raymond was in charge. Sounds like the hotel was very different back then.
Raymond Leduc retired yesterday after more than 20 years at the helm of the Carrington Hotel located in downtown Montreal. Founded by Leduc's, I don't even know if I'm saying that right, Leduc father, Fernand, in 1921. The hotel was one of Montreal's most respected establishment. Okay. Nothing here, nothing. Clock? Okay, can I read that?
Opposing something that could help so many people just because it's close to your
Bernard
hotel?
wrote this?
This is ridiculous.
Huh. Thank you for the reading! Thank you! Dear Mr. Weston, I would like to thank you again for agreeing for this partnership between the Carrington Hotel and the Weston's department store. Thanks for your generous help. Renovations are well underway and the hotel has never looked better. You should come visit soon. When your busy schedule allows it, of course. On another note, it has come to my attention that you have formed a group of local businessmen to oppose the construction of the new mental hospital. After working so hard to elevate the Carrington standards, I cannot allow a band of cuckoos to move in my backyard. You should accept it. Oh, you should accept. It will be an honor and a privilege to join your fight. Yours sincerely, Bernard Leduc. Handwritten by Eugene. Enjoy the code, you cold-hearted prick. Oh! Eugene wrote that. Oh, Eugene wrote the bottom part. Enjoy the code. Should I throw it away?
Aha! Let's get you to that vent.
Okay. Should I leave the notes? But if I leave the notes... Oh, there be a lady. There be a lady. Okay. So far, what I think... Eugene's daughter Denise is mentally ill. They're trying to build a mental hospital by the hotel, but Bernard is part of the group who doesn't want the hotel, who doesn't want the mental hospital to be built. That's why Bernard and Eugene are not on good terms. Okay. But if I take this... Okay. If I take this, then Bernard's letter will not be seen, right? Or should I just leave? I'm just gonna leave it. Okay. Let things play out.
With this blizzard, Bernard's office will be a skating rink by the end of the day. Best to avoid that.
Okay, leave that. Oh, wait, I can open this? Oh, Bernard! He has a bra in his desk. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! How horny is this man? Is he like fucking everywhere? Jesus Christ! Oh, another letter. Check on room 602. Ask Eugene to fix radiator. Call Weston office. Apologize to Mr. and Mrs. Drake for Valentine's bomb mishap. Speak to contractor about cost overruns. Call Weston's office again. Decide winner for employee of the month reward. Okay. Close this. Can I take the cup? No. No. I think that's everything here, right? Okay, time to leave. This is giving me Detective Conan vibes. I mean, it is a mystery.
That's because I was in the
Deduction
ladies'
as
room.
finest. Exactly.
It's my time of the month. You're married,
Oh, the
aren't you?
deuce.
So you know how it is. I have to go more often. And, sometimes I stain the furniture and don't get me started on all the...
That's enough details. Miss Bellevit, what were you doing in my office?
Oh, should I lie? Huh? I can't lie to him again. I feel like lying to him a second time. It's kind of sussy, you know? I was saying someone left the door ajar. No, he literally just saw me walk out though. I was looking for a screwdriver.
I was looking for a screwdriver to fix a loose vent.
A loose vent? Well, that sounds like a job for Eugene, doesn't it? And why on earth would you look for a screwdriver in my office?
I thought Eugene might be there.
Well, I don't ever want to see you in my office without permission again. Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Drake has asked to see you.
Again? God, he just can't get enough of me, can he?
I've been watching the anime recently. Love the mystery, like my life. It's a mystery if I can pay for the rent this week or the next week. Damn. And see, Toshi. I hope your situationship goes well. Damn, Bernard.
That was a close one.
Yeah, I had a few cold sweats, but at least I found what I was looking for.
Good.
Ooh.
Well, if you need me, I'll be attending to the whims and worries
Ah,
of our
you?
entitled client. Yes. Don't be a stranger.
Don't be a stranger. Okay, Beth.
Time to see what secrets that vent is holding.
Sorry, ma'am.
Should I throw this away?
Did you say your party was again?
Say no to divorce.
That's big.
Be thankful you're across the road. I am very thankful. Very, very. Oh, is that Andrew? Say no to situation.
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh my god.
Sorry, ma'am.
Oh, look, it's
looking at our
Andrew!
availabilities for that time of
Andrew,
year
my
and-
cutie. Okay, go back to the vent.
I know. Yes.
Can I open this?
Or
No?
No one should be stuck cleaning up the reception hall after a ball, even if they did draw the short straw.
Okay, we go back. Damn, Andrew. Damn, Daniel. Back at it. Oh, damn, Andrew. Back at it again with the phone calls. Like, how can you get yourself into that? Shaking my head. Right? Exactly. How can you get yourself into a situationship? I could never. Right, Toshi?
Oh, I guess I'm free to disturb room 508 now. But that's where Bernard and Linda were.
I have to clean room 508? Oh, but they were just like... They were like just fucking in there. Let me ask the best person. It just happens, they say. I mean, I guess. Oh. Can I not screw this one? This one? Oh, I have to do an order. Okay. Wait, I don't screw this one? Hold the grid. Oh, okay. Ah. I love gambling And I am gambling this. But good luck. Good luck to that person. If I risk a lot in chat, you know what happened? God damn. I see. Oh, okay. We gotta do this again. Okay, what's minus? Minus is M? Minus is M. 3? Okay, we don't know what 3 is. Squiggly line is T. 5 is O / N. 4? We don't know what 4. Oh, wait, 4 is I. Oh, tonight. 7. And then PR. Tonight in my room. Oh, meet. Oh, me tonight in my room. Okay, parentheses. Michelle? What? Michael? Who the heck is Michael? Wait, I thought this was a gay. Every time I think it's gay, it becomes straight. Why? Why is that? What? Oh wait, Michael will be. Wait, never mind. It might be gay. Okay, what's the equal sign? Ah. Okay.
Meet me tonight in my room. Michael will be sleeping.
Wait, it is gay.
Plan.
Ah, kneeling? That's terrible. Sus, too sus. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Anything new to report?
Oh, wait. What did she just call me? I found another secret message.
I found another message written in secret code.
What does it say?
Meet me tonight in my room. Michael will be sleeping. We need to discuss our plan.
Michael? Who's that? Another husband?
Okay.
It's the first time I'm hearing of a Michael in this story.
What if, plot twist, Beth is the, like,
there's a Michael
the PI.
in room 507.
Okay, what if Beth is the, not the PI, but like the stalker, you know?
Oh,
what if
Michael
Beth
must be
is
her
the
son.
stalker?
I got him some extra blankets the other day so he could build a fort.
Could Marcella?
Yes?
No, never mind. So, what's next?
I guess I should go have
I
a
feel
look
like
at
that might be
this,
it.
But
What if you are the
it's not
stalker?
on my list.
Okay,
There's a do
if
not
I was the
disturb sign on the
stalker,
door.
how can I take pictures of myself?
Good idea.
Stalking. How can I take stalker pictures of myself? Wait, no, but like my idea of Beth being the stalker makes so much sense though, you know? Because like when we told Beth about the pictures and stuff, Beth was
Thanks, Beth.
so
I'll call you back.
nonchalant about it, you know? And she was so like how do I explain it? She was so like, oh, discover more, please. Like go, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it. I don't know.
Looks like I'm headed to room 507.
Room 507. For alibi reason? Maybe. 508. Room 507. Wait. 507 was the room the guy requested to. Switch to. The stalker, not the guy. The stalker.
Get to the bottom of this and find out what links these rooms together.
Oh, okay. We're gonna close this. Anything here? No? Wait, is there a natural killer or no? We don't know yet. So far, all we know is that there's a suspicious guest in the hotel room who's been stalking people. You know? Did someone die? No. Not yet, but I do feel like someone is gonna die though. I don't know.
Mr. Cruz, huh?
Hector Cruz.
Numbers, dates, times. What does it all mean?
Okay, Hector is Marcella's husband. Oh, wait, look at this.
I know lipstick marks are a pain to scrub off.
Oh my god. Wait,
kind of
two mugs with lipstick? Oh my god. This was a gay hotel. This was a gay hotel. Okay. Red Lion. Okay. You got this, Detective Shen? I'm the greatest detective out here. You know how easy it is for me to find people on Facebook? Like, even if they tell me their fake name, I can still find you super easy. Oh, gloves. Okay. Yeah, right? You know his Facebook? Do I know his Facebook? Actually, I don't. But I think I could probably find it. Wait, there's no picture in here. That's kind of sus.
You almost look like
Marcella. It's not even his name, nor his face. Sussy? Sussy indeed. You know, no job is hard for me. Oh. Drawing contest? Will you be the lucky lad to visit my igloo at Pitty Pot's factory? Okay, what's the point of me grabbing this? Throw away? I don't think I need to throw away. No? Radio. Oh! Wait, what's this? They were having like a girl sleepover? Rainbow, 10 colors. Wait.
So you were eager to set up a meeting, but didn't want anyone noticing.
Huh. I hope you are well in spite of the circumstances. We've been on the train for 2 days now. It's a long ride, made even longer by the fact I cannot wait to see you again. We're scheduled to arrive in Montreal on the eve of Valentine's Day. I booked room 509. It's a marital suite. When we arrive, Please refrain from talking to me until we can figure out a safe way to see each other. Say hello to Michael for me. M. Okay. Okay, who the fuck is Michael? Who the heck is Michael? Cause Hector is Marcel's husband. Then Marcel is seeing another girl who we have no idea who she is yet. Say hello to Michael for me. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
Oh my god.
Wait!
Adults can be so
Wait.
confusing. I promise it's not you.
Hector? Wait, I think Michael is her son. Ah, okay. Okay. I think Michael is a son. Dad, I'm sorry, but Mom asked me not to tell you the name of our hotel. She allowed me to talk to our mom. She allowed me to talk about our room though. We have 2 little beds, a radio, and even a television. Mom let me build a fort. And the maid brought us extra blankets. She's really nice. The hotel is nice too, but I miss home. I wish Mom and you could be happy. But I wish everything could go back the way it was before. But Mom says it's impossible. She says she no longer loves you. Oh, damn. Do you think she'll ever stop loving me too? Oh, no! Michael! Mikhail? Oh my god, I'm burning my house down. I'm done with spiders. Oh my god, Havoc! Just burn the whole house down. Burn it all down. Not gonna lie, I also hate spiders. Wait, that's so sad though. Hello, Gooners! Welcome in, Stun! Welcome! How are you? How was your day? Damn, Mikhail. Mikhail. I saw a remote control spider here. It was so a remote control spider? Oh my god. You guys know, like... Okay. Wait, what? Today I got railed, so the day was good. That's crazy. Choo-choo. Oh my god, someone was a train today. Damn, you know, good for you. Congrats, I'm happy for you. It's like an actual RC but spider. Ah, I see. Was it big? I'm talking about the spider. Wait, what's this? Donald? Who is Donald? To Anne Bursey. Michael's withdrawal from school. Dear Mrs. Bursey, we have successfully processed our request to withdraw your son, Michael Bursey. Wait, what? Wait, Anne? Okay. Anne? Yes, it's a big black spider. You guys are being too funny here. A big black spider indeed. It's a strap-on. You did the guessing. I'm dying. Oh my god. A what? A strap-on spider. Oh my god. That is insane. so many questions. Oh, he's curious, but I'm afraid with the answers. NT. Oh, another letter?
Sounds like this is from your school days, but the name of the sender is smudged.
Okay, Anne is the girl, the other girl. Okay, Anne is the other girl with the son, Michael, who is having an affair with, Marcel. Am I saying her name right? Marcel? Marcella? Okay. Like some girlfriends just do you different. Let's just say the girl button is real, folks. The girl button. Ooh, the girl button. Marcella. Yes, Marcella. Okay, there, Anne. You were right. I missed the snow already. It's so hot right now in Texas. It's quite a shock after the cool weather of Montreal. My family has never seen snow before, and I cannot find the words to tell them how beautiful it is. They don't understand what they're missing. I wish I could build my brothers a snowman like the one we built together a few weeks ago. I know it's childish, but I had not had that much fun in years. Christmas was exhausting. 9 days of eating, singing, dancing. It's great fun. But I'm glad it's over so I can rest a little. Of course, celebration will resume for next year, but it gives me a few days to relax. How are things going with your family? I know you don't get along well, but I hope you are still able to have a good time. I will leave for Montreal on the 8th. I cannot wait to be back. I miss finding black cat's hair all over my clothes. I miss our late night studying lessons at Harry's. I even miss Sister Miller's classes. If you can believe it. I'll see you soon. Warm wishes. Oh, the name is covered. Warm wishes. Okay.
Aha. Keys are Snoop's best friend.
Oh, a key. I'll pick it up. She's the main character who sings Let It Go, right? Marcel. Are you talking about Elsa? Elsa? Oh, for sure the key opens this, right? Oh, wait, I need another key.
I'll need another key to unlock this. Haven't I seen one just like this somewhere?
Oh, is there a Sussy book? Adam or Eve? A confession is shocking. Oh, this is a Sussy book. This is a GL book? Adam or Eve? A heartbreaking decision. Should Rose stay in a marriage that no longer makes sense? Is this foreshadowing? Oh my god. This is foreshadowing. Oh, sounds about to say. It does not sound the same. Elsa is 2 syllables. Marcella is 3 syllables. A heartbreaking decision. Foreshadowing what? The affair. The affair. Should Rose stay in a marriage that no longer makes her happy, or seek refuge in the arms of the woman who truly understands her? This is what the fuck is her name? Marcella. Marcella. Cause Marcella is still married to Hector, right? And she's having an affair with what the fuck is her name? Anne? Anne? The other girl. Okay. She has tasted the forbidden fruit years ago. Whoa! And now she is all she can think of. Oh. I have no idea what this game is about, dog. Okay, so there's this stalker who is stalking. Okay, so the main character is Sophie, right? Sophie is stalking the stalker, and the stalker is stalking this girl named Marcella who is having an affair with another woman. They're in a gay relationship, and like Sophie is basically like doing detective work. She's just like snooping around, you know, trying to discover tea, you know. Hector, don't let this distract you from the fact that Hector is going to be running 3 Honda Civics with spoon engines. And on top of that, he just went to Harry's and bought 3. What? What are you going on about? They went over my head so far. I don't even, that's not even part of the game. Is the Hector meme? I don't know the meme. I have no clue what that meme is. For Fast and Furious? Oh! You know what? I have never seen Fast and Furious. I know. Hate all you want. Actually, I think I've seen it when I was a kid, but like I just don't remember anything. Cause I was like, I don't know, 8 years old. I'm disappointed. I'm sorry. Women in gay relationship is superior. Exactly. Yuri is peak. Exactly. We love GL here. We love GL. Girl, I'm gonna take you for a ride. Hey yo. What do you mean by that, huh? Okay, close this. Okay, I read this, right? I read this letter.
So a husband can abuse his wife and just get away with it?
Wait, what?
And people like Linda still think divorce is wrong? Ugh.
Wait, Anne was in a abusive relationship. Okay, I have met with Lewis, and he has asked me to give you the enclosed letter. I think I should return. Okay, I have no idea how to say that word. I'm just gonna skip it. That some of your accusations, such as wife abuse, are not grounds for divorce in Quebec. Understand you are hurt, but I do not think antagonizing your husband is very wise at the moment. Okay, don't forget to be in court at 11 a.m. on the 20th. Be on time. Also, a friendly reminder that my fees for January needs to be paid before the end of the month. Okay, Howard. Oh, you rotten motherfucker! You thought something else, didn't you? I don't know. I take chef for a ride for real. Hey yo! Come on, guys, get your head out the gutter, okay? Get your head out the gutter. Oh, what's this? Greta? A dog collar? Wait, is there a dog here? Can I pet the dog?
Aw, that's so sweet. I didn't do much, but...
Wait, they gave me a
it meant
letter?
something to you.
Dear Sophie, thank you so much for taking care of our room every day and bringing us extra sheets. I mean, I'm sure they needed that extra sheets. Michael and I wanted to get you a little something before we left. What? Give me what? What's this?
Those few coins in my tip jar were getting pretty low.
Oh,
They'll appreciate the
coin.
company.
Okay. Oh, more letters? I'm clipping that. You're clipping that, huh? Shen sounds like she'll be fun in bed, but I digress. I already had my fun. Damn. I'm sure I'll be fun in bed, you know? I'm pretty hoot, you know? Also, I'm rooting for the gay girls. You know, I am too. I am also rooting for the gays, okay? I already did, sissy. Okay. I'll delete it. been sent to you. Wait, this letter has been sent to you. It has been around the road 3 times. The one who breaks the chain will have bad luck. Mr. Smith received the letter in 1953, made 33 copies and sent them. 3 days later, he won the lottery. Mr. Jones received it in 1956, made 33 copies and sent them. 3 days later, he discovered an old treasure in his backyard. Mr. Williams received the letter and burned it. His wife and 3 kids died in a fire that very night. God damn, William. Of course it's William who became the hater. Of course. Mr. Green forgot the letter in a drawer and lost his job. When he found the letter again, he got a better job than before. In no case should this chain be broken. Make 33 copies and send them. You will experience great joy within 3 days. Yeah, William. God damn! Damn that dude, right? God damn. Should I throw it away? You know what? I'm gonna throw it away. Inspect. The wind and the leaves that day made a sound that sounded like a sound. A sound that sounded like Billy Ann? The wind and the leaves that day made the tree whistle a soft melody that came to my car. I remember every part of this day, for it was the day we met. Jesus, this is bad. I was looking for my cat when I heard the sound of the leaves blowing in the wind, like a melody in my ear. Oh, it was a cat? Wait, then where's the cat? If that color is for a cat, then where's the cat? Is it in the bag? The cat is in the bag. Get it? Get my joke? Haha. Cat in the bag? So funny, lah. It is very funny. So funny. Dog, if my girlfriend leaves me for another girl, I can't even get mad for reals. I'll just be like, oh, alright, I guess go have fun. Okay, but what if she steals all your money in the bank? You know? Because I think, okay, because Marcella, she took all the money from the bank to be with this girl. So basically her husband is broke.
Threatening you.
Nah, dog, that bag holding like a massive. You don't know that, okay? You don't know that. It might just be something, you know? Shen's too wholesome for that. I can't even imagine it. In fact, I can only imagine Shen's definition of fun in bed would be building a Lego set or something. Hey! That would be really fun though. Building Legos in bed? That would be really fun. Huh. Nah, dog, you take my money, I'm actually blowing her up with the bazooka. Yeah, she took all the money from the bank. I just met with your damn lawyer. You've got some boss to accuse me of all that. I said you were so irreproachable yourself. Do you think I don't know where you spend your nights? But worst of all is that you won't let me see my son. You won't even let me tell. Oh, you won't even tell me where he is. You think you have a chance to get custody? You really don't know me well. I won't let you take Michael away from me. Oh, this is the husband.
That key looks so familiar. Why do I associate it with room 505?
The key? Wait, this is the lipstick. Key? The key? Wait, why is she saying key? I didn't see no key.
Looks like someone grew tired of looking at your face, Mr. Beaumont.
Oh, it's the wife beater. Okay, Anne and her son Michael. I kind of forgot it. Oh, the rings. Can I steal it? Same. It's fun until one of you lost a piece and tried to smack each other. Oh, true. Clean the bathtub. Clean the bathtub. Okay, kiss toy. A ship. What's this? Matches? I could throw this away, right? Or no? Wait, somebody's smoking. So no. No, throw it away. Place towel. Can I throw this away? No. Cleaned out the toilet. I looked through here already, right? Or no? Oh yeah, I did. Still I pawn it? Can I even steal it? Hold on. I could throw it away! If I throw it away? Damn, okay, no. We're gonna leave it. Do it? Alright, reasonable. Crash out if she stole stuff from him. I wouldn't be mad over her being gay, just the money and like the son. Yeah, true.
Funny how some games really stand the test of time. I used to play this with Mom all the time.
Okay, board games? Okay, I only have one key. Hold on. Where was...
Think, Sophie. Where have you seen a key like that one before?
In a safe.
In a safe?
In a safe? The only safe we opened was the one in room 505. Destroyed their marriage, ruined them? If he was a wife beater, he deserved it though. Yeah, he is. Wait, nobody's in here, right? Okay, this was the stalker room. Yeah, he has like a whole dark room and like pictures of Sophie. Right here. Kinda stalkerish. But my theory is that he was looking at the whatever this is. What is that? Perfume. He was looking at the perfume, not Sophie. But Sophie's a little stupid. She thinks he was stalking her, so but yeah. I hear something. Wait! Actually,
there you are. With
Marcella.
God knows where she is.
Is this Zane? Yeah.
Clarrington Hotel reception desk, Beth speaking.
Hey, Beth.
Bean, I've been meaning
Moss,
to speak with you.
don't try to contact me for the rest of the year. I'll be foraging for acorns. Few will do this. Most will starve.
Who's your little birdie?
Foraging for acorns.
Apparently it got so heated
Acorns?
he had to get involved. And listen
For
to this.
what?
It sounds like we were on the right track. Cause he heard a particular word.
Oh,
thrown
foraging
around
for
quite
nuts?
A lot. Wanna guess what it is?
Wait. Actually, I don't know what I'm saying. Oh. Okay. A fair?
Fair?
Bingo.
Did Jack hear anything?
Foraging for
From what he
these?
told me, it seemed like Mr.
These
Cruz
nuts.
was accusing Mr. Morgan of having an affair with his wife. Wouldn't have expected Mrs. Cruz to fall for a man like Morgan, but I guess the heart wants what the heart wants.
Maybe, but that doesn't explain Mrs. Beaumont's involvement with Mrs. Cruz.
What do you mean?
I found a chest in room 507. I think it can only be opened by turning 2 keys at once. I found one of them in Mrs. Beaumont's things.
Oh, and the other one?
Well, I remembered seeing a similar key in one of Mr. Morgan's stocking pictures, so I went back to check.
Yes.
Mrs. Cruz wears it as a pendant. It looks identical to Mrs. Beaumont's key.
Wait, so Mrs. Beaumont and Mrs. Cruz own identical keys that are both needed to open a mysterious chest? Yeah, there's definitely something going on here.
Oh yeah, I think they're having their affair. Maybe they're just really good friends. Yeah, guys, they're just roommates. You know, not gay, okay? They're not gay. They're just best friends. They're so gay. They're...
I think Mrs. Cruz and Mrs.
They're so
Beaumont
gay.
are the ones having the affair.
That's an interesting theory. Did you find any clues that might support this?
Nothing concrete. I mean, I did find a letter that suggests they may have gone to college together, but they could just as well be good friends,
No,
right?
if this... Okay.
That's one way to
If this ends
guess we'd know
up
for
being
sure if we could have a
like
look
just
at that
2
chest,
best
but
friends protecting each
I
other
don't think I'll be able to open it.
with the power
I've
of friendship,
looked
I'm gonna
around
be
inside
so
the mine.
disappointed.
I would've seen
If
the
the
second
ending
piece if it
isn't
was there.
gay, then
Mrs.
like
Cruz must have left with it this
I'm gonna be so
morning.
disappointed. 3 stars.
We're so close. I can't believe it all ends here.
May God protect these
hold
gay
on.
women. Exactly, right?
Get
Also, thank you for the hydrate. Thank
Maybe I
you.
can do something about that pesky chest.
How?
I'll tell you later. Just find me those things and I'll meet you in the basement as soon as I manage to leave my post.
All right.
Mm.
Thank you for not giving up.
Come on, you know I wouldn't let you down.
Also, I have a thing with Beth. Like, there was this option for me to flirt with Beth, so I flirted with her. Yeah. Me and Beth is having a GL moment too.
Plaster and candles. Well, half the hotel's under renovation.
Okay,
I should
close
be able to
this
find plaster somewhere around here.
so he doesn't know. Oh, Plaster! I don't know. I know where Plaster is at. It's over here. Where Eugene left it. Wait, can I go in here? I could go in there. Hold on. This was the hotel room where... Fuck, what was his name? Oh, the boss was fucking Linda in. The Holy Bible. The Holy Bible. Okay, clean this.
Not.
Am I gonna find condoms? Wait! In this... Thank you for the blurb! Thank you! In this, like, timeline, they didn't have condoms, right? So I'm not gonna find any condoms. Okay, nothing here. Oh! Oh! Make the bed. Oh. Make the bed. Just not all over the place, just to make things even more complicated and weird for everyone, then leave forever. Hey, that would be... Okay, how are you not all over the place? I mean, if only I had a hose to nuts with. As a girl, nutting all over the place would be tough, you know? You know what I mean? Pick it up. Okay. Is there any liquid in here? No, I'm gonna throw this away. Throw this away. Okay. Can I win this? Okay, nothing in here. I'm sure you don't need a hose to nuts. I mean, true. But then, like, I don't want to make a mess of myself, you know? Say no to divorce. throw this away. The mirror is clean. The sink is clean. Toilet is clean. Oh, rose petals. That tub is clean. Towels is clean. Make a mess of the room. Just make it confusing for everyone. Damn. I think I have to clean though. It's my job. I have to do my job, sadly. Hold on, wait. I need to look at my... Okay. I completed...
Nice car.
Room 506. Room 508. Okay, room 505 partial. Room 509 partial. Oh! It's so messy in here.
Oh,
why is it so
boy.
messy in here?
Someone's been living it up.
Okay, clean this. Also, dog, I'm pretty sure people already had condoms in this modern setting. Really? In like the 1940s? Cause this is like based in like the 50s, I think. They had condoms in this time?
Another fan of the gossiper.
People had condoms
finished
before
that
that, yes?
article from this morning.
Really?
That feels like so long ago now.
I feel like condoms are like so like high tech. Huh. I mean, it's basically just a piece of latex. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it. Okay, nothing here. Nothing here. Oh. Did he really just scold us for talking? These Montreal cab drivers, I swear. I know, I thought he appreciated us trying to make conversation. Thank God for a good old-fashioned pen and paper at least. Yeah, it takes me back. At least Sister Gabriel isn't here to conversate them anymore. So like I was saying, are you ready for your week-long bridal shower, Mrs. Hubert? Stop it, Simone. Is that how you say your name? Simone? I'm not Mrs. until we walk down the aisle, and this week is for thinking about anything but that. That's right. We're making the most of this week before I listen to the jaws of married life. I would never. I won't be another Andrea. I promise. Liane. He's going to kick us out. You keep making me laugh. The Montreal Tourist Association. Okay. Discover historic and gay Montreal. I love it how they call it the gay Montreal. It's so funny. Oh, the static is coming from the TV. I believe they were made from goat skin. Actually? By the 1950s, there was already rubber condoms. I'm not sure if they were lubricant, but it was Oh, I see. God damn. I didn't think people were that smart back in the day. You are invited to the Clariton's annual Valentine's Ball. Okay, I could throw this away, right? Pick this up. Clean this. Clean this. What's
Not
this?
exactly a cherished gift. If you just left it behind like this.
Liane? And I'm not going home without a prize! My dear beloved Liane, as much as I would love to spend this Valentine's Day with the woman who is about to become my Mrs. Hubert, I'm happily to make make do with a lifetime of Valentine's Day awaiting us. Enjoy your week in Montreal. I'll be eagerly waiting for your return and the start of our new life together. Love, Gregory. P.S. Don't let Simone rope you into anything crazy. Tora, I need my bride back in one piece. Oh, this is cute. This is pretty cute. Okay, put the pillow back. Oh, the other pillow's here. Okay, change. Trash. Wait, they have... Okay, they had condoms in this era, but they can't put trash bags over bins? Huh? Clean this, clean this. So yeah, people were croaking it safely already? Ah.
What's the story
I see. Oh. What is this? Dirty shoe? Should I throw it away? No, right? Sorry for the mess? How dare? How dare? That's crazy. Oh my god. Wait, I read this already, right? I read this already? Okay, close this. Oh, wait. Oh, the towels is there? Okay, close this. That's everything, right? Oh, I should check the vents. Okay, close this.
Didn't I see a plaster bag near the stairs
Oh.
earlier?
Plastic bag was over here. It was the bladder or intestine of goats and sheep common in the 1800s, but also reports going back to ancient Rome. What? Damn, they really noosing my guts. They really rearranging my guts to have safe sex. That's crazy.
I can probably find the rest of what I need in the basement.
Oh my god. In the basement. Okay. Doing the flap flap. That is crazy. Say no to divorce. Say no to divorce. Wait. I'm so confused. Okay, Linda is the home. Okay, Linda is the home wrecker, right? Then why is Linda so against divorce then? Shouldn't she want divorce? So that him and his wife would divorce and Linda can be the new... Okay, Linda is just... Okay, I don't even know. I don't... No, Linda wants the drama. That's why it's no for divorce. Oh. Okay. Maintenance.
It's locked.
It's locked. Oh wait, Linda's still in there.
What do you think? That I deserve it? No, of course not.
Oh, we're eavesdropping.
Maybe from his perspective, well, oh, never mind. What are you going to do now?
Fire him. What else?
Fire who? Eugene?
Is it because of that goddamn snowstorm?
Wait!
Or was there something in the coffee? What do you mean? Well, the whole staff's completely off. Doc leaving luggage carts everywhere.
I just got a trophy. I just got a trophy for not preventing Eugene from getting fired. Is it because I didn't pick up the letter he wrote? Oh god. Whoops. Might be.
remember to punch in this morning?
Oh my god.
Where do you
Here?
keep your candles, Reb? I guess I should check the locker room first.
Eugene's getting fired. Yeah, Eugene's getting fired. Okay, Rebecca, Jasmine, Carol, Nicole, Victoria, Beth, Sophie. Over here, Rebecca. Candles? Wait, this is new. Blame Shen. You know, the blame is on me. I say that the blame is on me. The home wrecker, life destroyer. What do you mean the home wrecker? I haven't wrecked a home yet. That's a Shen. Oh, when are you gonna play Slay the Princess? I don't know. Since I seen you play it, I don't think I'm gonna play it. I don't think I'm gonna play it. The VIP guest in room 602 is getting on my nerves. He keeps ordering food that's not on the menu. We don't usually do special orders, but Bernard was adamant that we make all of his wishes come true. Do I look like a goddamn genie? That's not even the worst of all though. Every night he barges in the kitchen as if he was at home, asking for meat for his precious little terriers. Who feed dogs $4 roast beef? I can't even afford $4 roast beef for myself. Bobby. Okay.
So you do have a stash of candles. But where is it?
Rebecca, the kitchen is out of power again. And I can barely see a thing. Bernard wants us to continue working, but I'm not risking chopping off my fingers for that blowhard. Didn't you start hoarding candles since the last power outage? I remember you saying you never wanted to be caught in the dark basement again. Where's the stash? It's urgent. Please, Bobby. Where is the candles? In the basement? Oh, close the door. Close the door. Wait, what the hell is that? Bill Harem? Who the heck made that? You should totally join the BL Fantasy Harem, aka the Discord channel. The link can be found in the About Me section. When was that made? Who is the mod who made that? What? Oh my god. I let Shen wreck more than my home. If Shen doesn't get an ending where everyone is gay, I'm exploding her with a nuke. I want the gay ending too, okay? Who else made it? Dark? When did he make that? I did not know he made that. Oh wait, Beth, locker is open now. What is this? Perfume?
Didn't I find one of these in Anne's room too? The White Cat must be a popular spot.
The White Cat?
Are you looking to buy land?
Land for
You grew up
sale.
on a farm. Maybe you're looking to get back to nature. Wait, is this you, Beth? What on earth led to this picture being taken?
Oh my god, Beth! Beth is so mommy. Mod strike? That mission do. Mod strike? What the heck? Mummy Buzz was created 8 years ago, 5 months, 3 days, and 2 hours ago. Damn! Are you actually 8 years old? I mean...
I'm good.
That sounds wrong. That sounds so wrong. Okay, no toilet? Wait, whose bag is this? Okay, can I pick up the... No, right? I shouldn't pick it up. Can I look at that? No? Oh, I need these? No?
Maybe Bobby took some candles from Rebecca already.
Where's Bobby? Bobby's in the basement? Bro, it's 5 a.m. I just hallucinated a door opening. It's 5 a.m. for you. Why aren't you sleeping? Huh? Shouldn't you be sleeping?
It's locked. Sophie, you're forgetting what you came here for. The candles.
Oh! Wait,
Better
is
try to
it...
find them before Beth gets here.
Is it in Bobby's locker?
It's locked.
Bobby's locker? Anthony? Jack? Which one is Bobby's? Oh, wait, here, this one?
No candles, but this looks like the laundry room.
The laundry room. And it's on the counter? X mark the spots. Okay. Close this. Wait, but I don't have the keys to the laundry room.
Oh, right. My keys are still in the break room.
Oh! Oh, the break room's open! The break room's open! The break room's open! Wait, you trying to battle me? I don't wanna? You don't wanna sleep? Why not? Should I fight me? No. I don't wanna fight you. Have you heard there's a famous movie director staying in 602? J. J. Who's J? S is Susan, right? Then J is... Okay, too many names. I can't even remember. I know Y is Yvette. Yes, I was there when he checked in. I don't know who he is, but he must be pretty important because Bernard was almost licking his boots. He even let the man bring his dog to the hotel. Is he shooting a picture in Montreal? I've heard he's here on a scout, but I'm not sure what it means. Maybe he's making a picture on Boy Scouts. Do you think he'll shoot in the hotel? I hope he does. Imagine, we could meet a famous actor like James Dean. Okay, who is James Dean? Is that a real person? Let's hope the director has supernatural powers, because Dean is very much dead. What? James Dean is dead? James Dean. Is that everything? Andrew's book. Oh, then there's Andrew's paper. That's kind of messed up. James D's nuts. James D's. Redeem? I have redeems. Item not found. You can see all items here. Store? I have a store? Wait, I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, my keys!
Gotta hold on to these tight.
Okay, pick it up.
Don't worry, Gossiper. I'm coming back to
Gossiper?
you. I still have. This is probably Beth's latest project. It's really cool how she has an eye for this kind of thing.
Oh, Bess is a fashionista.
I don't always get
Vogue?
These are fun to
Vague.
look at. And half the pages are even cut out.
This is funny. Okay. Anything here? Oh, oh, wait. Can I open this? Oh, wait. What's this? To whoever keeps stealing my lunch, I want my Tupperwares back. Susan. Okay. Okay, Susan. Can chill, please. Wait, what is this room? Oh, I can't go in here?
Now's not the time to pick up smoking, Sophie.
Oh, somebody's been drawing on here. On these. This one's kind of funny. Okay, laundry room. You should carve a suspiciously penis-shaped hole and multiple fruits and leave it on somebody's room. That's kind of sauce.
Really getting to Bobby.
It's the VIP. Rebecca, I confess, I'm about to commit murder. Okay, top tier Shen voice acting. I am Bobby and Bobby is me. I don't care who he is, how rich he is, how famous he is. The VIP guest in 602 is a goddamn psycho. He ordered room service this morning, but somehow the place got mixed up and he received eggs instead of pancakes. It happens, right? Well, the man rushed to the kitchen and frenzy yelled at us for 10 minutes straight, saying eggs are disgusting, he hates them. I should have told him he's disgusting and I hate him. I thought of spitting in his next meal, but before leaving, he swore he'd never order anything from my kitchen ever again. Without the shadow of a doubt, this is the worst establishment I have ever visited. His services pose? What? Accents? If he ever sent his clothes downstairs to be clean, can you be a good friend, stitch all of his pockets? Any other form of sabotage would do too. I know you're creative. Just be careful not to arouse too much suspicion. Bobby. That's not Bobby's voice. Bobby? Bobby. I mean, I don't know how to. I assume Bobby is kind of like a stuck-up, right? That was my best attempt at a stuck-up character, you know? Shit, I'm stinky, but you're stinkier. Stinkier? But I hardly even know her. Should I be making updates to the server I wasn't told about? You know what? I wasn't even told about it too, okay? It's not BL Fantasy Harem, okay? So, everybody chill your pants, okay? Chill your pants. I say yes, but that's Shen's choice, see? I'm going home now. Bye, babe. Bye, babe? What? Who are you calling babe? What? What the hell? Someone hijacked me? Did MP write that? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's so funny. I don't blame bro. Shen is babe coded. Oh, I'm babe coded. I mean, I heard my name. What happened? You heard? Oh, nothing happened. The fuck is going? Nothing happened. Nothing. Shh. Everybody, shh. Everybody, shh. Nobody tell him we were talking shit about him. Okay? So shh. Okay? This is just a secret between us. Okay, guys? Shh. But what mommy and wifey coded? Not here, mom. Oh, Rebecca! The washing machines are not broken. The problem comes from the pipes. They are completely frozen. It's only a matter of time before they burst and flood the entire basement. I warned Bernard about this issue last winter, but of course he only cares about renovating the parts of the hotel the guests can see. Behind that nice facade... Oh yeah, yeah, she thought of something else when I told her I'm gonna take her for... No! Why are you outing me like that, huh? Happens to me too, no worries. Neutral Shen stream. The neutral Shen stream. Given that I'm both the man and the woman in the house, I'll be dating any girl that like me nowadays. You know what? Take what you can get, you know? That goes for you too, Toshi. Take what you can get. Even if it's a situationship. Cause I don't want you to be inside. Wait, what? But I will like that, but I'm a short Asian man. Nothing wrong with being short. We love a short king, okay? And fall mates. I'm sorry. I won't tease you anymore. Sorry. So I'm at the very bottom of the barrel and most women don't want. I mean, there's some people who love a short king, you know? I'm a tough fanboy, Lama. You know what, guys? Like, okay, yesterday, was it yesterday? I was having like a tour of like my new work. Not my new work, right? But like, another location of the place I'm gonna work at. And like, I met like the music instructor of that place, right? Of that center. And guys, he is so freaking tall. Like, I'm not even kidding. I saw him from like a mile away. Like, so freaking tall. And like, he was giving me a handshake. And I think my head only reaches like his hips. I'm not even kidding. Like, I was shaking one finger of his hand. So crazy. It's so crazy. I've never seen anybody that tall ever in my entire life. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. One finger? I don't think that was his. It was his finger. It was his finger. Okay. It was 100% his finger. Shit got wedges. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Okay. No, I did not. Yeah, his head was like poking out. He was like towering over everyone. Like, everybody was like half his height. It was crazy. Tallest person I've ever seen. I think he's like, if I were to like guess, I think he's like 7 foot tall. I'm not even kidding. 7 foot tall. He like doubles me. It's so crazy. Oh my god. Damn, dog, you must be real short woman or bro was 3 meters. You know what? Might be both. Just casually exposing Shen here, guys. No worries. You made triple. It's both. Yeah, it is both. Shen is under 5 foot. Hey. I am at least 5 foot, okay? With shoes on. Okay, back to the game. This is written by Eugene. Oh wait, no, I read this already. Okay, I read this already.
It would make sense for Rebecca to keep her candles by her workstation.
Candle station. This, right? This? Open? Okay. Oh, the candles! How did I look at it? Here?
Stash uncovered. Reb,
alright!
Now.
We got candles. Should I close this? Anything in here I can take? No, nothing. Okay, Sophie. Nothing here. How about in here? Nothing here.
Let's see if Beth is around.
Oh, what's this?
Ooh, is this a movie script?
A movie script. Shen, we love short kings. Proceeds to talk about her 7-foot fantasy again. Okay, it's not. It's. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say something so bad and I shouldn't. Shen, you can't be small because you're not allowed to look at my skirts. Get bunk and explode. You know what? Well, okay, what if I ask? Can I look? If I ask first, can I look? How ironic. Don't even lie. So Shen, I'm cooked. Of all the 5 exes, 2 like me for me, 1 like me because of K-pop dancing, 1 maybe her rebound, and another like me because Asian fetish. I mean, what do you want me to say to that? We all know Shen. That's the same. I mean, good for you, mom. You know, at least you got experience. Ha ha. I'm just cooked. Not really. Are you really cooked? I think you're just getting marinated. Sounds like there's one common denominator. Yeah. Him, right? Right? No? Actually, I don't know. You ask first, I will consider it. I see. So far, 60% like me for not me. But knowing the realism of life, that's more like 80%. Mom, you gotta have more faith, you know? What if they did like you, but not that much? But they still liked you, you know? For a reason, you know? Like she liked you because you're Asian. That doesn't mean she did not like you. She still liked you. Or that part of you. She still liked you, you know? One of my ex is a Mexican girl. Ooh, I love Latinas. Get it? I'm making a Knuckles reference. I love Latinas. That's what you get for dating women? Yeah, you should totally date a guy. If you're interested, I know the guy. Those. No, she liked the idea of having an Asian boyfriend. No, there was no love there. I mean, I guess, but at least you're being useful. I'm dating Kun and Jen. Ah, okay, Kenny and June. I mean, good for you, a threesome? Send pics, please. That's insane. Change title, not catchy enough, in northwesterly direction. Screenplay by E.L. E.L. Need more murders? Add killer tornado? White cutscene inside the nose? Best part of the script? Okay. Okay. What's this? Oh? A code? 216. You know what? I'm gonna write this down. What if I need it? You know? 216. Huh. What is this? Movie script? 20 cent in loose change? Cigarette pack? Red light? Paper notes with numbers? Black pen? 2? $1,350 in loose change? Oh, wait, no. I'm reading that wrong. $1.35. Oh, wait. $1.35 in loose change. Ah, okay. I only like guys if they're scrawny fanboy like me, but I like girls if they're boyish and don't shave where it matters. Oh? Oh my god. A real socialist should exploit the thick jungle. Oh my god, right? You can't handle the human force, you're not a warrior? Oh my god, preach! You know, I was just thinking about this like earlier, literally like before I started stream. I was thinking like, because I was talking to someone about like a cunty waist, okay? For context. I was literally just thinking about twinks and I was like, you know, I would really love a twink. Like I love Twinkies, you know? But like not to like do anything sexual with. Like I just wanna see them and like dress them up, you know? Admire them, you know? Put a corset on them. Like I think that'd be so cute, you know? You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean? Girl with bush are freaking hot. I mean, we all love Bush, right? George Bush. You're not wrong though. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's natural, you know? Dog, I'm not letting you play dress up with me. What? Why? Why not? I would love to. You know, you have like a very like cunty waist. Oh my god, I would love that. It'll be so in like a maid outfit or like I don't know. You know what I mean? Oh my god. That's my fantasy, guys. Dressing up fanboys. Okay, what was I gonna do?
What to do from here?
Beth? Look for Beth? Where is Beth? Oh, Beth is at the reception. Oh,
there you are.
She's right there.
I'm not sure I understand what the plan is here.
Well, when I was little,
Bush on men don't look good, in my opinion, but on girls are fairer over it.
My dad would always lose the keys.
Bush on men.
So one day he made a mold of them using wax and plaster. I was thinking of doing the same.
Are you
As
sure
you can
it's
see
gonna
in her
work?
Discord, out of a throne is a maid and a bunny outfit. Yeah, I saw, Mom, I saw.
Yeah.
And a Tifa. Yeah, I saw that too. Reminder to never let Shen see me. What? Why not? Why
Okay,
not?
To start, we need to pour the wax from the pot.
Pour. Oh, we're gonna make a duplicate of the key. Okay. Pour the wax. How do I? Like this? I'm trying to pour it. Am I pouring it? Okay, why is this so hard to control? Do I need more?
Have you done this before? You're a real pro.
That's what she,
Now,
that's what
time
she
to put the
said.
key into the wax.
That's what
Let's
she
give it a
said.
few seconds so the mold really takes form.
Okay.
Okay, I think you can remove it.
Okay, remove it.
Well, we're almost there. Just pour the cup of plaster into the mold.
Cup of plaster. This? You're a
Alright.
real pro.
Now we wait for it to dry. How long do you think it's gonna take?
Literally only pour
I
shit
don't
on the
know.
mold.
I guess
Yeah,
we'll keep poking
exactly.
it every now and then.
I bet you didn't think you'd be making a plaster key today, huh?
Indeed. But I like it. It's rare that this job allows me to use my creative
Okay,
side.
why are we sitting on
Your
the
creative
counters?
side.
Well, granted, this key won't end up in any museum, but I enjoy the occasional artistic
Can I flirt with
endeavor.
Beth now? Oh, wait. Maybe I can. Like taming alligators? Like drawing? Making collages?
Like posing with alligators?
How do you know about that?
Oh, I think it must have slipped out of your locker because I saw this picture of you in a long white dress.
No!
Oh my, you did? What did you think of it?
Oh wait. Oh wait. I'm slick. I loved it.
I loved it, actually. It was unique, I guess. Artistic?
Yeah. Those pictures were taken by a
That's hot.
very close friend of mine.
I still counters. Oh my
Zeba
God.
Rivers
Do you also cross your legs like that?
talent.
I want someone to put me up there, you know, like the TikTok. Ah, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Are you still friends?
No.
If I don't see two girls making out right now in this game, it's a 0 out of 10. You know what?
It's a shame.
I really want to see two girls making out
She
too.
really captured me. My essence.
Your essence is to tame alligators?
My essence is to fear nothing.
Fear nothing.
I can tell. I
Why
You could cross my legs? I'll show it with a
I'm
body
sure
cam on
under
stream
that
one day.
You ugly.
Me crossing my
You're
legs.
pretty fearless too.
Are you also gonna
Haven't you
wear
ever
maid
done
outfit
something
while
really scary? I mean, other than snooping on a potential creep.
Huh, Mom? Huh? Are you also gonna wear a maid outfit?
Sail? On a boat?
What the same? Thank you,
I
thank you.
used to with my grandpa. But
Should I pay for
when
my
he
maid outfit?
died,
I will.
we had to sell the boat to pay off his debt.
We'll see,
Oh,
we'll
too
see.
bad.
Would it be
I
a
would
good
have loved
investment?
to go with you.
Oh my God, I can fly with her! Maybe we can still find a way.
Maybe it'd be possible to borrow a boat for a day.
Oh,
I think one of Grandpa's friends still has
is that
his.
a date?
Really? That would be great. I just
Oh.
love trying new things.
I'll see what I can do.
Hey, look. I think it's dry.
I can't believe it worked. I could not have done this without you.
Yeah, probably not.
This is so inaccurate.
Well, I should
Plaster
get back
is not
upstairs
even like
before
that strong.
Bernard notices my absence, if he hasn't already.
Like enough
You know
force,
about
plaster like crumbles.
Oh, and be careful while turning it, okay? You wouldn't want it to break inside the lock.
Yeah, I'll be careful. Thank you for everything.
No problem.
I watched that. If there's a way, you get to see me pander, and be your little bitch. Do you not want that shit? I mean, are you gonna get on your knees and start barking? 'Cause I would totally pay for that. I just like outfit like that. They're not comfy and they're flat, so I don't look like a hot maid. Oh, it's okay. We love the itty bitty community, you know.
I've got 2 keys. Now, let's test them out.
Okay, you go back up. Oh wait, this is the laundry room. Elevator? Elevator. We'll make it work if Master wants me to. Hey yo! Hey yo! Chill! I'm a Velma coded fanboy. I even got the glasses. Wait, Velma is so hot though! Oh my God. Master can demand me to. Master doesn't need to ask. Okay, Mum. Enough with the role playing! Oh wait. This room, right? 509? Okay, close the door so they don't know I'm in here. Wait, no, it's not even this room. Which door? Which room? Is it this one? Oh yeah, it is this one. Okay.
Be careful, Sophie. You don't want this key to break.
Exactly. Hold and move it to turn the key. Oh, I did that a little bit too rough, right?
Oh, shoot.
Was this supposed to break? Was supposed to, right? confirms she would not watch my stream. I would, if you're actually gonna do it, you know? If you say so, I do say so. Why don't you say so? Then I had to know it. She can't even handle it in chat. Okay, I need to see it in person. Not in person. I need to see it. You know?
Take you back. These two sure love their riddles.
Nalanta, I noticed yours was pretty worn down, so I decided to buy you a new one. I hope you like it. And since you enjoyed them so much, here's a little puzzle to figure out the combination. Another puzzle. Another puzzle. Okay. 2 5-letter words are the key. Both related to our history. Unlike my favorite boy, this one was black. I have no idea. Her alliterative name will surely take you back. From the first one, take the first 2. From the last one, take the last 2. Huh? I'm so confused. I sent my glasses on Discord. I'm not sure anymore. On Discord? Oh, let me take a look. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Wait, those are so cute. Those are so cute. They're round. Oh. I see. You have black nails. You have painted nails. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're so cute. You know what I always say? I always tell people I love it when guys have their nails painted. Shit, what did you stop? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why did I stop? What is she whispering? I don't know why. Okay. Okay, anyways. Okay, clues. Throw away. I could throw this away, yeah. What? Okay, I can clip it out of context now? Why did you start after you said I tell men I love the... Because I hope you get better. Try to rest today. I will bring you hot soup after class. M. Okay.
Huh. Marcella invited you to the movies. Let me guess. You said yes.
Okay. Postman Always Ring Twice is playing at Lowe's Theater tonight. It's based on a novel I read a while back. I'm sure you will love it, seeing as you like crime stories and murders so much. Nothing creepy about that. Would you come with me? M. On movie tickets, Lowe's Theaters, Montreal, Canada. 25 cents, mid, 25 cents. Okay. Okay. Oh! This is the whole thing. I can barely listen to Sister Miller's lecture today. In secret language, all I do is look at your lips and imagine kissing you. It's so gay. I can't wait for tonight. It's so gay. This is so gay. Oh my god. This is so gay and I love it. My girlfriend paints my nails. That's so cute. That is so cute. I feel like painting like each other's nails is so like intimate, you know? Okay. Dear Anne, I just heard Doris Day on the radio and it made me think of you. I know how much you love Sentimental Journey, counting every mile of railroad track that takes me back. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm choking. Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna drink some water. Okay. Last time I was in Texas, I felt like coming home. Now, strangely, I feel away from home. I wish you were here with me. I always feel like home in your arms. I can hardly believe it has been 5 weeks since we last saw each other. Sometimes I wonder I might be going crazy. You're always in my head. Everything reminds me of you. Not only songs on the radio, but silly things like the flowers in our garden that smells of your shampoo, or when people say the word darling, and I can hear you say with your lovely French accent. Darling. How do you do a French accent? Bonjour. Darling. Darling. Door. I can't roll my R's. That's the problem. Darling. My family seems to have noticed my odd behavior, but of course, I cannot tell them about you, even though I wish I could. I feel like climbing on the roof of the tallest building in Austin and shouting my feelings for you at the top of my lungs. God, I sound like a giddy teenager in love for the first time. Maybe I am. Sometimes I'm scared that all this time with you was nothing but a dream. A dream too good to be true. I'm afraid that when I return to Montreal, I realize you never existed. Or, if you do exist, you don't remember me. I wish I had a picture of the two of us, so I would know for sure it was real. I long for your embrace, and the taste of your sweet lips. I love you. M. Oh my god, it's so gay, I love it. Oh my god. Darling. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Should I make the rules, I guess? I mean, don't you think you're like touching each other's hand? You know? It's like you're like super close to them. Like that's intimate, right? And like intimacy doesn't have to be like sexual. It could be like, you know, platonic, you know? Okay, I'm gonna go home soon. Let me catch you later. Thank you, Doshi, for the lure. Thank you. Get home safe. Platonic, right? Yes. Do you guys know what a lavender relationship is? Also, thank you for the like, Mom. Thank you. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I will be right back. Okay, BRB. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. BRB. I am back. Sorry. I know he's gone. I literally have a friend who I have platonic RS with. What is RS? VTuber gooning break? No, I wasn't gooning. I was just letting out some steam. Right? I'm using the phrase right. Right? Also, thank you for the play. Thank you. Remember chat never edge, only good. What? I love edging though. Relationship. Ah, relationship. Oh. A platonic relationship? I mean, is it all friendships platonic? I mean, what is a non-platonic relationship? Is friends with benefits or a girlfriend? You know what I mean? I'm shameless. It's okay, me too. Me too. She can't read anything I said now? Best so I can just go and kiss Jenny and Kun and they'll kiss back? I mean send pics? Question mark? More of a childhood friendship, I mean then. I see. Okay, I'm actually gonna go now. Go. Get home safe. Thank you for the alert. Thank you. Now to pick a video? Oh, a video. I mean, that's even better. Wait, this is dumb, huh? Okay. Another letter. I'm sorry it took me so long to answer your last letter. It's been 6 months since I already left Montreal, question mark. As you already say, le temps passe si vite. Oh wait, no, that sounds too Spanish, right? Le temps passe si vite. My parents are glad I am done with my studies. They always thought it was a strange idea for me to go to university. Now they want me to find a husband and have children like any other woman. I think I will. These past few months, I had lots of time to reflect on our relationship. You know my feelings for you, and I hope you never forget how much I love you. But we can't hide our heads in the sand any longer. We were lucky our story lasted as long as it did, and foolish to think it would last forever. Our love is forbidden, and hiding it from my family is proving more and more difficult every day. You will always have a special place in my heart, and I believe it is time for us to go separate ways. No! You made me feel like a teenager. You made me everything but the present disappear. Now I need to be an adult thinking about the future. I sincerely am. Okay. So I guess
it's stuck.
You can totally put that out. Okay, I think. Okay, there were like, I guess like school, like university lovers, but then like they broke up and got married because society does not accept them being gay, and then now they're grown up, they're getting back together. I think that's what it is. They call the police on you because the element says something. No, don't say that. No. you got auto-modded. You can totally pull that out. Yeah, right? What if I don't want to pull it? Ayo! I mean, I mean, how else are you gonna prove your pull-out game? You know? You know? Good luck raising it! Exactly. Wait, should I put it all back? I should put them all back, right? Put the letters back. Close it, close it.
That riddle's a toughie. Maybe I need a fresh pair of eyes on
Oh, the riddle. That's right. I forgot about the riddle. Okay, take everything out. Okay, which one was the riddle? This one? Okay. Since you enjoyed them so much, here's a little puzzle to figure out a combination. 2 5-letter words are the key. 2 5-letter words? Unlike my favorite boy, this one was black. Harvey? Harry's? Oh my god. You don't pull out, take responsibility? Dog, how does Sharon even know what pull-out game is? This girl's so... What do you mean? I know what a pull-out game is, okay? I'm not that naive, okay? You don't have to worry about the pull-out game if you don't play in the first place. You know? True, true. That is true. That is true. You're not wrong. Okay, wait. Let me look at it again. Unlike my favorite board, this one was black. Favorite board? Favorite board? Huh? Doris? Doris Day. Doris Day? Favorite board? I don't see anything about like a board or nothing. Unlike my favorite board, this one was black. From the first one, take the first 2. From the last one, take the last. Okay, from the first one, take the first 2. You win. Okay, from the first one, take the first 2. You win. Like from the letter. From the last one, take the last 2. UNCK? Unk? What? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. That don't make sense. Jesus Christ, which is why I don't play. You don't play the game. Not all hole needs a pull-out game. You know, that's true, that's true. But there is one that I favorite over the others, so Sussy. What are the 2 words? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh. Okay, the 2 words. I think we need to figure out the 2 words. Okay, unlike my favorite board, this one was black. This one was black. What? This one was black. It's a 5-letter. Unlike my favorite board, this one was black. What is black? unlike my favorite bar, this one was black. I don't see anything black. The book? Black BBC? 6 a.m. now? 6 a.m. now? You should sleep. No more sussy talk, right guys? Wink wink. Okay, Lowe's? Okay, I think that's the first one, because this is the only location. Lowe's Theater? Lowe's Theater. Doris Day. Strangely, every time I feel like home, everything is Dorling. Okay. We're the tallest building in... Oh! Austin? Wait, Austin might be the word. Cause that's also another place. Or Texas? That might be a word. Texas? Sleeves for the week, as you said. More sussy talk. Last time I went this long, my girlfriend invited me out to my... Really? Oh my god. Well, don't tell her. You know? Does she punish you to Shen said? What do you mean by that, huh? I'm not a sadist. Kind of. Not that I know of yet. Worst thing that would happen is I'll get a disapproving look. Auntie. Oh! Hold on, let me read this one. Dear Anne, Montreal, my parents are glad to study the university, and I went to my husband, passed me lost and alone, I love is forbidden, hitting, Okay. I'm so confused. This puzzle is so... I'm so confused. Oh wait, you're not a sadist yet, but you would put yourself in Stone's shoes and pretend to see... What do you mean? I'm pretty sure we don't even wear the same shoe size. Wait, I think I need to look for more clothes. Like... Interact. Like this? Texas? Montreal? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Give me more clues.
I'm even asking for help, Sophie. 2 heads are better than 1, especially when dealing with riddles.
Okay, is there a cell phone in here? I could call them. Wait, there's no cell phone here. I need to call Beth. Where is Beth? Ah, thank you for the redeem. Oh my god, is that Daylon? Good morning. How are you? How was your morning? Go look for more clues then. I gotta try to get more rest. I work in 6 hours. Good night. Good night, Mom. Rest well. Also, thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Enjoy your stay. It's very nice here. Very nice. Okay. Nothing I can look here. Oh, this is Michael's book. Michael's book. Oh, is it this? Midwest. Actually, no. Midwest? Ah! Oh my god! Thank you for the 10 bits! Thank you, thank you! Funny the purchase of my maid outfit on the... Okay, okay. I was slowly funding the purchases of your maid outfit. Today was my nails. Someday I'll send my hips in a dress and she will lose her freaking mind. I'm a little excited. In more than one way. I'm kidding, I'm just kidding. Still waking up, but noticed you were streaming, so decided to put the stream on as I do so. Oh. Oh my god, make sure you wash your face, get dressed. Eat breakfast. My god, what did you dream of? Free yo-yo inside? Wait. Wait, I threw away a yo-yo. I threw a yo-yo away. Was it relevant? Whoops. My bad. Whoops. Okay. Oh, this? Protect the dream. Oh! 1824? I need more clues! Give me more clues! Okay. Maybe I should, like, just talk to, Beth, right?
That riddle's a toughie. Maybe I need a fresh pair of eyes on it.
Can I call her from here?
I should wait till I have more to report before calling Beth.
Oh, they had to go to her physically? No, it won't let me!
There's no shame in asking for help, Sophie. 2 heads are better than 1, especially when dealing with riddles.
Oh! Don't get excited, it will not be anytime soon. Okay, okay, okay. Don't remember, but something weird. It has something to do with colors. Ah, I see. Does it involve the color red?
I should wait till I have more
and
to
flags?
report before calling Beth.
Okay, I gotta close this. How do I get more?
That riddle's a toughie. Maybe I need a fresh pair of eyes on it.
A fresh pair of eyes? How do I get a fresh pair of eyes? Okay. I'm so confused. Anyways, good night. I'm actually exhausted. Thank you for coming by, Stun. Thank you, thank you. I hope you rest well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Wink, wink. Thank you for coming by. Thank you, thank you. Rest well. You'll find someone else than Mrs. Spoon? Oh, wait. I think I know. This?
A cat named Greta. G.R.
G.R. Grr. Okay, G.R. This is the clue, right? Because she has a black cat. That means... Okay. Unlike my favorite boy, this one was black. Greta. Her, what is it? Her alliterative name will surely take you back. Surely take me back. Her alliterative name. Alliterative name. Name? 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 Anything that requires name? Anything that requires name? Doris? They named Doris?
Doris Day. That's an alliteration, isn't it? Doris. I-S.
Oh my god. G-R-I-S? Chris? G-R-I-S? G-R-I-S. I-T-G-R-O-L. You know I am that girl. Okay. From the first one, take the first two. From the last one, take the last two. Chris.
So GR from Greta and IS from Doris. Cree? Could that be the code for the case on the bed in 509?
Greece?
It's worth a try.
Oh! Okay. I know where to go now. Close this. Which room was it? This one? Oh, did I leave the door open? Whoops. We're just gonna close it. Close this too. Nobody was in here, right? Gris. G R I open. God, this game is a lot longer than like I thought it was. I thought I'll be finished with this game by now, but it's been like 5 hours and like we're barely at the beginning.
The novelist, Bridget Boswell, is actually you, Marcella?
Ah, Marcella was the crime writer. Dear Marcella, or should I say Bridget? I know I prefer a good old crime story, but last week I came upon a romance novel with an intriguing title, and there were roommates. I bought it on an impulse at a train station and read it from cover to cover during the journey. Can you imagine my surprise when I recognized their story? You may have changed the names and location, but all of our moments are there. Our endless discussion in the dorm room, our first date at the theater, our trip to Quebec City. You often said writers are thieves, but never fully understood until now. It has been almost 10 years since I received your last letter. The letter that painted our relationship was nothing more than a summer fling. At first, I cannot believe you had written those words. Then, I waited in vain for your answer, and had to accept your love for me too. Oh, your love for me had never been real. Okay.
After all this, turns out you're a fan of Bridget? Of Marcella? That's a lot sweeter than I expected.
So wholesome! I have the same feeling on Rogue Trader. I streamed it for 45 minutes now, and more today. Really? Oh my god. I feel like I see you play Rogue Trader for the longest time. The longest time. But 45 streams? Have you ever thought of switching games? It is a long game. Is there an ending? Or is that like one of those games where it's just like ongoing? September 27, 1957. Dear Marcella, although you don't know me, I can safely say I'm your biggest fan. Your novel has literally changed my life. After the war, I spent almost 10 years in a psychiatric hospital because of panic attacks. Panic attacks? The mental hospital next to the hotel? None of the treatments were working, and I wasn't getting any better. I became friends with one of the nurses who started lending me books so I could pass the time. I didn't really like the first one, but then I picked up the Bridget Boswell first novel, your novel. I've never read such a beautiful story. It almost brought tears to my eyes. I immediately urged the nurse to give me more of your books. Believe it or not, the more I read it, the less panic attacks I had. The doctors thought it was their new medication finally working, but I knew the truth. Your novels gave me courage to get in contact with Lindsay. Lindsay? A friend from the war? I had always felt for him. Oh! Lindsay's a dude? The same way your character feels for each other, but I had never dared tell him. Now I have thanks to you. The thought of seeing him again is what motivated me to get better and leave the hospital. I hope to hear back from him soon. Oh. Oh my god. I'm close-ish to the end. Yes, there is. Oh. God damn, 45 streams and you're barely close to the end. Quill sent me the end screen? Really? Wait, did Quill beat it? Did she beat it? Is that everything on here? It is, right?
There's a lot of stuff in here.
Really?
I don't think I've looked at everything yet.
Oh. Oh, next page! Oh, I didn't know there was another page. After my discharge, I want to thank you for everything you've done for me. I just scared Bridget was a... Okay. So, tracking you down took you longer than unfortunately. Okay.
I'm glad
Thank you for
you're
answering
able
my
to open
letter.
up to Marcella like this. Everyone needs someone to talk to. An advance on my salary. So Marcella hired you. But what for?
Marcella hire you? Wait, who did Marcella hire? I just received a letter from Lindsay's mother. She tells me he's dead. He's dead. Oh my god. Words cannot even begin to describe how empty I feel. He died 2 years ago, before I even sent my first letter. You will never know my feelings for him. Oh my god. And I will never know if he could love me back. I guess I should have known this would be the end in pain, just like your novel. I wish I had Lindsay's ability to find beauty everywhere, even during the war. And with the death and chaos, he will marvel in the forests of Germany. Wait! Paul? I think Paul is the detective guy, I'm assuming. Oh, okay. Okay, and Marcella hired him. Okay, and Paul is gay? Paul is gay? Okay, we're getting some GL action and BL action here. I knew it was BL. For many years, I was broken-hearted, angry, confused, questioned the nature and the feelings of our attraction and made many wrong decisions. But in this book, your book, am I foolish to think you really loved me?
Oh, Anne.
Okay.
Murder might be a bit much, but you deserve some kind of justice.
Dear Marcella, I didn't expect you to reply to my letter, but I'm happy to see I was wrong. Your words have comforted me in a great time of distress. If only Louis was half the man you say Hector is. He has quiet temper and hits me frequently. I'm willing to put up with it as long as he doesn't hurt Michael. But there are some days where it becomes almost unbearable. The other day I dreamt of our first date. We were watching The Postman only rings twice again. Okay. Okay.
I do like a happy ending. I just hope that's where your story is headed.
Dear Marcella, thank you for sending me a signed version of your latest novel. I think it's the greatest work yet. But I do have a few comments to make. Oh, to help make the next one even better. First, I believe Rose should be more concerned with what she deserves than what her husband deserves. He may not deserve the pain she will cause by leaving him, but they both deserve to be happy, and they won't be as long as they remain together, as long as she doesn't listen to her own needs. Also, I think it would be great if your next novel ended on a more positive note. Imagine if Rose left her husband and rode into the sunset with Eve. Imagine if they went to New York or Los Angeles, someplace where people like us are tolerated. Imagine if they got to have their happy ending. It would be the best story ever. I hope you consider it. Okay. Oh my god, this is so much reading.
You came to Israel under the pretense of celebrating your wedding anniversary. But all along, you meant to reunite with Anne.
Okay.
So, let me get this straight. Mrs. Beaumont and Mrs. Cruz are some kind of star-crossed lovers?
Seems like it, yeah. But I'm not sure whether they chose to meet here just to reconnect for a few days, or if there's something more to it.
Well, I may be able to help with that.
Really?
Oh, some mail arrived earlier for Mrs. Beaumont.
Mrs. Beaumont? Open it! I don't think she should open it. I wonder what's inside.
I wonder what's in it.
I
mean, that's kinda illegal.
Crime! Yeah, it's illegal!
Yeah, I think it is.
I mean, I've been snooping around other people's stuff, you know? I've been looking at their privacy stuff. So, what's more than one more? I mean, what's one more crime?
So, Anne and Marcella want to go there to live their love freely.
Anne and Marcella, huh? You three are best pals now?
Well, after reading so much of their correspondence, I kind of feel like I know them, you know?
Yeah. But what about Mr. Morgan, though? I mean, Paul. How does he fit into all of this?
He was a fan of Marcella.
Turns out he's a big fan of Marcella.
Is she a celebrity?
I have to say, I'd be more worried
More or
if you
less.
snooped around people
She
and not their
writes pulp
stuff.
fiction under a
I
pseudonym.
mean,
I think her books give Paul a chance to get out of his own head.
I
while
mean,
restoring
what's
in a
wrong with
psychiatric
that?
I see.
I gotta know if they're stinky or not, you know?
Couldn't he have something like that? That's going too far. And why did he have those pictures of you anyway?
I guess we'll never know for sure, but I don't think it was ever about me.
Yeah,
It's been about Anne and Marcella.
Exactly.
exactly.
Well, it feels a tad anticlimactic, but who needs drama, right?
At least it made our day pretty interesting.
It sure did. You know, after today, I think I get why you're so interested in the lives our guests lead. I try to forget they exist as soon as I'm done interacting with them. But once in a while, it's nice to remember that, well,
Funny out
put together
all of their
person
secret
is
keys so you can blackmail them.
mess on the
How,
other side of
how
the
do you know? How do you know? Huh? Have you been stalking me, Daylon? Oh?
What about you? Who is Beth Lambert when no one's looking?
I like to think that with me, what you see is what you get. But maybe an
Oh,
extra
Beth.
snoopy super sleuth could uncover a few more layers. Maybe ones I didn't even know I had.
Challenge accepted.
Oh?
Come see me when your shift ends, all right? We could leave together if you want.
Oh,
Sure.
Beth?
If we're able to. With all that snow,
What do you mean by that?
I'm thinking maybe we'll have no choice but to spend the night here.
Ooh, a sleepover.
Oh?
We could set up a pillow fort on the mezzanine.
This is kind of
Pillow fort?
flirty, yeah.
We do work in a hotel, you know. There are actual beds here.
Maybe? Oh yeah, I got this blackmail. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? What is it, huh? I have no shame. Expose me!
Yard whenever he comes through the lobby.
Oh, now you're talking.
Wait, is this the end?
I just have to finish my tasks for the day and then...
Wait, I think this is the end. Okay, finish my task for the day. What task am I missing?
That ringing. Sounds like the elevator doors are jammed.
Oh. Go to the elevator door? Oh no! Is that blood? You like to be stepped on? How do you know? How did you find out? Oh, somebody's dead. No! No! Wait, who is that? Oh, wait! That's the boss! The manager who's been sleeping with everyone. Right?
Mr. Cruz?
Oh, Mr. Cruz. Wait, no, that's not him. Mr. Cruz is Marcella's husband.
Oh God, what happened?
Sorry, they all kind of looks this. They all kind of look the same. And my Sophie, call the cops. Am I gonna like take things?
Life insurance policy. Why did he have this on him?
Life insurance policy. Hector R. Cruz, Marcella B. Cruz. Wait! Did she kill him? Did Marcella kill him? It was the Karen. It was the Karen. It was the gays. The gay killed him. The gay couple killed him. Wait, Marcella killed him for $10,000.
Is this about Paul? Does that mean...
Wait! Did Paul kill him? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Dear Mr. Cruz, thank you for reporting that the guest's unacceptable behavior. We're looking to it as soon as possible. However, I regret to inform you that we cannot divulge a guest's personal information regardless of that guest's behavior. As I am sure you will understand, we are very concerned with your guest's privacy, and our staff prides itself on the discretion. Please contact us should that guest bother you again. Yours sincerely. Can I slap his ass? No? Immediately blaming the gay? Somebody should... No! I didn't mean it like that. I mean, like, you know, I mean, his wife was... And his wife was gay. You know? Wait, the power is dead. The power is dead. The power is dead. The power died. The power died. Should I follow the blood? Can I go here?
Hello? Is anyone in?
No? Ice? No! 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 Okay, Okay, I see handprints. Wait, that means that he crawled. He didn't die over there. He crawled from here. An ice pick?
Should I hold on to this, maybe?
No, don't hold on to it. No, don't hold it. No, wait, I touched the murder weapon. Am I gonna get in trouble? Okay. Pearl necklace. Cigarettes?
A, B,
and
Beaumont.
Ice cold death. Yes, the police will step on you and make you like. Oh my goodness. Open? I can't open it. Wait, I have a screwdriver though. No? Fireplace? Wait! The camera! Oh! Okay. Cappy? 25 men?
I have to get the power back on.
Why do you have to? Why do you have to do it?
Poor Paul. Lindsay's death really hit him hard. He hasn't been in the best headspace.
No! Is Paul the killer? Cause Paul is mentally ill. From what we learned. Paul is mentally ill and he was in a mental hospital. And they're trying to get rid of the mental hospital. Okay, Montreal is much bigger than I expected. Big city. Always make me feel lonely. That feeling will only... Okay.
Oh, so Paul's work with Marcella was to follow her around like a private investigator. To help her with research for her novel.
Okay. Random thought, I wonder how often police put someone on the ground to put handcuffs on them and they moan. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I have never heard of someone moaning while a police officer pinned them down, you know? November 22, 1957. Dear Paul, I'm sorry to hear you are in such a dire situation. You seem to possess a lot of useful skills, and it's a shame employers cannot see your past medical history. Oh my god! Thank you for the rain, Nico! Thank you! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome! How was your stream? What did you... Ah. Thank you. How was your stream? What did you play? What did you do? Has it happened a lot? Actually, I don't know. Nico. Why is it playing double?
How am I not dying from that?
Clips. Okay. Chill time on DSP. Don't starve together. Oh, nice. We love a chill stream. Cozy streamer. Right now, okay. Right now in the story. Right now in the story, someone died. Okay, like legit just died. Marcella. Is it Marcella? Anne's? Or Marcella's husband died. Like he's like in the hallway right now. And we're like investigating. Even though the game is trying to kill player all the time, I mean, not gonna lie, killing does soothe the brain sometimes. You know? Not that I'm admitting to any crime, allegedly, okay? Okay, back to the game. Okay. I've been writing novels almost 8 years from now. My publisher take most of the sales revenue, but I was still able to collect a sustainable... Am I saying that word right? Sum of money over the years. Now I would like to use that money to hire you. I'm getting tired of romance novels and thinking of branching out into crime fiction. As sort of a research, I would like you to follow me around town, take notes of my coming and goings. Poke rapidly. No, I'm gonna poke you. I'm gonna touch you. I'm gonna touch you. That sounds so like not good. Bites? You're biting me? Next page.
Paul really got into his role.
Oh, there, Paul. I hope spying on me isn't proving too exhausting. You really inspired me so far, and I already had tons of ideas. The trench coats you bought were a nice touch. You look straight out of a film noir. I also noticed you started smoking. It's probably another way to get you into character, but maybe that's pushing it a little. Too far? You know best. Of course, you don't pick up drinking next. At this rate, I should be able to start reading in 2 or 3 weeks. What? Is he like going mental? Is Paul going mental?
He followed Marcella to Montreal even though she was done with her research.
Why did you follow me to Montreal? As I already told you, I do not require your services anymore. I'm starting to worry that you're taking your role a bit too seriously. You're not a real detective. You have to let it go. Oh my god! Oh my god! Paul went crazy! He thinks he's a real detective.
Okay. The fuse box. Just get to the fuse box in the janitor's closet, Sophie. It's not far.
Janitor's closet? It's on the other side of the hallway. There we go. Dead body. Dead body. Dead body right there. Dead body. Oh! The door's open! The door's open. The door's open. The door's open. The door's open. Should I close it? I'm gonna close it. Close this? Can I lock it?
It's too big. I guess I'll need something pointier.
Something pointier?
I don't
this?
think there's anything here that would help me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
To restore power.
Oh my god. This? What is pointier? Oh! The ice picker? I had to pick up the ice picker? The murder weapon? Oh my god. Why the murder weapon? I could pick literally anything else. Okay, I guess we picked the murder weapon. I could put it back, right? Okay. Hopefully there's no one behind me, right? Nobody's following me. Yeah, no one would notice your fingerprints. It's fine. That's what I'm trying to say. I have the murder weapon. There's a dead guy next to me. Of course they're gonna think it's me, right?
Thank God. Now, to get the power back.
Type A? I'm so confused. Type S? Oh! Okay. Okay, should I pick... Is that the only fuse? Here? Those three? Only those three? Oh, wait, this one right here. Which one's 15? Type A? Ah, okay. Type A. This is 20, 20, 30, 30, 25, 25.
No power.
No?
I think I need to change all of the blown fuses. Eugene, what I would give to have you with me right now.
Yeah, no one... Not her, but Shinobi. Yeah, exactly. If there's a power outage and I'm busy preventing another part of the hotel for classmate, here's what to do. Check the fuse plan for require a free strike. Remove all blown fuses from the socket. Remove them? The blown fuses are usually blackened. Okay. How do I know that to unscrew it? 30 G. Okay, A, P, okay, S. Okay.
Power's back. Now, I should go down to the lobby. Call the police.
In here. It's safe in here. There's nobody in here. Good job, thank you. Nothing?
Beth must be busy trying to restore the power in the lobby.
Oh,
I have to contact the police. I should be able to call from the front desk.
how am I gonna get to the front desk? There's a literal body right there. How do I get to the front desk? Do I just take the elevator?
Is there anything I've forgotten? Once I leave this floor, I probably won't be able to come back.
Wait. Okay. Let's check his room again. Let's check his room again. Room 505. Right? Oh, open please. Okay, here he was looking at the perfume. Perfume in the suitcase. I don't know which room this is though. When you step on him, if he moans, he's alive. Should I step on him then? I close this. No, okay. I just remember. I have the ice pick. Let me put it back. Let me put the ice pick back. I was never here. No! Oh, wait. Okay, I can put it back. Okay. I was never here. Okay. This? Can I open this now? This? No? Can I open this? No? Okay. I was never here, okay? Okay, how do I move him? Okay. Do I just step over him? I can't even step over him.
Power's back. Now I should go down to the lobby. Call the police.
How do I go down to the lobby? Self-serve eyes. Oh, stairs! Oh, I didn't know there was stairs. Oh, was it blocked? Is it open now? This?
I knew blocking the stairs would be a bad idea.
Okay, then move everything!
I knew blocking the stairs would be a bad idea. I have to contact the police. I should be able to call from the front desk.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Okay, I can't call.
Power's back. Now I should go down to the lobby. Call the police.
How do I leave? Girl, you can't just move all of this out of the way and leave.
I knew blocking the stairs would be a bad idea.
Americans, stairs are not an option. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. She's so, oh my god, Sophie is so dumb. I can't. She's so stupid. She's so stupid. She is so stupid. Oh wait. Should I just lose all of the phones? No? Wait! Earlier, when I went inside his room, this room, he was doing like some heavy breathing on the line. So I need to go. Already prepping my own stream? Oh my god, what are you gonna play? The Rogue Trader. That's okay, that's okay. Thank you for dropping by. I knew it. Have fun in your stream, Dylan. Have fun. Thank you for coming by. Oh, can I use the radio? Switch? No? Pick up key. Try not to contaminate the evidence too much. I'll try not to.
I have to contact the police. I should be able to call from the front desk.
How do I get to the front desk, though? Cell phone here? No? Okay, am I calling 911 or am I calling the front desk? Cause why am I calling 911? Shouldn't I call the front desk? Okay, I didn't want to go in here. Hold on, let me check the rooms. I'm kinda paranoid. Nothing? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try to use the elevator again. Elevator, elevator. Maybe that's why. Oh! I could just leave?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Look at her. She's leaving so nonchalantly. Ground floor. Wait, this is a ground floor and the floor one? Is that how it works? I thought floor one is always ground floor. I'm so confused. I don't know how elevators work. Oh my god. Where is everyone? What happened to everyone?
Beth? Where is everyone?
I should call 911 first.
Montreal Police Service, Station 22.
There's a man dead. He's been murdered. I need the police.
Please stay calm, ma'am. Where are you right now?
The lobby. But
Please stay calm. Sophie is like the calmest person right now.
1178 Drummond Street.
All right, ma'am. Officers are on their way.
Thank you.
Damn.
Now I just have to wait for the police.
Wait for the police. Can I just hide here? Can I? I don't want to go anywhere. What is this?
Anne and Marcella really are planning to run off together.
Oh.
Is what happened to Hector part of their plan?
No, I think. Sophie, are you done?
Brochure Beth was talking about? The one that came in the mail for Anne? What is the
I thought
VIP
Paul was the one who
want to
killed
meet Paul?
Hector.
Maybe he fell for his role playing and wants to hire him as a private investigator.
Wait! The VIP guy wanted to meet Paul?
Bernard really wants Paul out of the hotel.
Bernard wants Paul out of the hotel? Huh. Okay. Oh. They have no name, it's just VIP. Okay.
It's okay.
Oh. Okay, catwalk, Sophie. Beth?
Oh, hey you. Great timing, right? I'm thinking if we're lucky, Bernard will let us go home. No point in working in the dark. Sophie? Bean, you're not scared of the dark, are you? Hey, is everything okay?
I found Mr. Cruz. Hector.
Oh, you did? What was the bloke up to?
You don't understand. I found his body. He's dead, Beth.
Oh, merde. Sit down, okay? You look like you're about to faint.
Okay, where is all of the other, like, employees?
Have you called the police?
Yeah, they're on their way.
What happened? Was there an accident?
No, I don't think so. Someone did this to him.
You mean... Merde. Do you think it could have been Anna?
Merde. No, I don't think it's them.
What about Paul? He and Hector were caught fighting.
The cops will want to talk to you.
Yeah, I think
From
it's
what you've
Paul.
seen, you need to be careful about what you tell them. If word of Anne and Marcella's affair gets out, they may put a label on them that will really hurt them. It might not even matter in the end if they did it or not.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What are you saying?
It's just... cops like to go after people who are different. People like Anne, like Marcella, like me. You know, I was barely 20 when I was shoved into a police car for just hanging out with people who made me feel like I wasn't so messed up after all.
What? Where did that happen?
At a bar called the White Cat. It's supposed to be a safe space, but it gets raided by cops every now and then. I know Anne was caught up
gay
with
bar?
guns, too. Wait. No, I've never talked to her, but I've seen her a few times. Marcella and her, they're just like me.
Thank you. Thank you for trusting me with this.
Maybe
Now
now you can
kiss.
understand why I care
No?
so much about you. I don't know if I'm feeling inspired by Anne and Marcella, or if it's the shock of being so close to an actual murder, but, I'd really like for us to be more than just friends, Sophie.
Oh? Oh? You know what, Beth? Me too.
Yeah. I
Wink,
like that too.
wink.
That's great. The police is here.
Ah. We're not gonna get a kiss?
Be mindful of what you tell them, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Miss Roy? Miss Roy? Miss Roy!
Oh, sorry.
We're back here.
I was
This was like the very,
I
like
really
beginning
need you
of the
to
game.
focus right now. I don't want to be here all night, and I'm sure you don't either.
No. No, I don't.
So, as I was saying, we're trying to ascertain the circumstances of Mr. Cruz's death. Can you tell me how you came to find the body?
I was cleaning room 509 when I heard the elevator bell ring. Again and again and again. I thought maybe a child was playing with the doors, so I went out in the corridor, and that's when I saw him. All the blood and...
Why was the elevator bell ringing?
I'm sorry?
You said you heard the elevator bell ring. Why was it ringing? I assume it wasn't a child after all.
Mr. Cruz's body was blocking the doors. No, but then I touched his body. Are they gonna blame me? But then, like, how else was I gonna get down?
Well, Mr. Cruz's body was preventing the doors from closing.
Really? When we found the body, it wasn't that close to the doors.
Oh, the stairs are blocked because of the renovations, so the elevator's the only way out of the 5th floor. I had no choice but to move the body. Just a little.
Ah, so that explains the traces we found. Thank you for clearing that up. So, what did you do after that?
Well, that's when the power cut. So I had to go to the janitor's closet.
To access the fuse box.
Yes.
Exactly.
Hmm.
I changed a few fuses and turned the power back on.
But there's a lock on that box, isn't there? Did you have the key?
Oh. And there's an ice pick? It was unlocked. No! I can't tell them I knew the ice pick because the ice pick is the murder weapon. It was unlocked. I had to lie. I had to lie.
No, I didn't. Only Eugene does. But the box wasn't locked.
Isn't that unusual?
Well, maybe Eugene forgot to lock it last time he used it.
Or maybe someone tampered with it.
Maybe.
Did you go near the ice machine at any point today?
I did to get an ice pick? No, never.
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
What shoe size do you wear?
Shoe size? 7. Why?
My footprints?
Well, we found size 7 footprints near the ice
No!
machine.
No! Wait, I didn't even think about that!
That's not an uncommon shoe size, though. Is it?
No, it's not. So, what did you do after restoring
I should have told the
power?
truth. I should have told the truth.
That's where I called the police.
Do you remember what you said to the operator? The exact words.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
You said, there's a man dead. He's been murdered.
That's possible.
What makes you so sure it was murder?
I've been snooping around. It was just an assumption. No, I can't. I can't tell them I was snooping around because that's illegal, you know? I mean, what makes you think it was... I mean, it's a fucking dead man. He's not gonna kill himself and crawl all the way to between the freaking, like, elevator doors. Okay.
I just assumed. What with all the blood?
I'm afraid I don't believe that, Miss Roy. It's more than an assumption, isn't it?
I'm not sure I understand what you...
I know you like going through your guests' personal belongings. We found pictures of you snooping around.
No!
Now, unless you want me to arrest you for violating your guests' privacy, I suggest you tell me everything you know.
All right.
Let's start with the victim's wife, Marcella Cruz. Apparently, she left in quite a hurry this morning.
Okay, I had to
What
tell
can
the
you tell me
truth.
about
Anything besides saying they were gay, right? Oh, Marcella has an affair with another woman? No! Why do you do this to me? I don't know anything about her.
I don't really know anything. She just looks like a loving, caring wife.
Really? That's odd, because we learned a lot about Mrs. Cruz when we went through her room. And let's just say that loving, caring wife are not the first words that would come to mind.
Oh?
She's a lesbian, involved in some sordid affair with the guest from room 507, Mrs. Beaumont. Have you ever witnessed them engaging in immoral behavior?
What do you mean?
Immoral behavior?
I'm asking if you've seen them being, you know, intimate.
No, I haven't. No.
And did you hear them discuss their deviant ways in front of Mrs. Beaumont's son, perhaps? Imagine what kind of effect such perversion can have on a young child.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Did you hear them express their hatred of men? Did they ever talk about using violence against men? Did you hear them speak ill of Mr. Cruz?
Take a stand or deny? Take a stand or deny? No.
No, I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry I can't be of more help.
No, I'm sure you are. But we're not quite done yet, Miss Roy. We've learned from one of your colleagues that the victim had a fight with a guest named Mr. Spade. What can you tell me about him?
Pause. Okay,
He
we're
spent
gonna
some
say
time in
everything
a
about
psychiatric
Paul.
hospital
I feel like
after the
Paul is
war.
the bad guy.
That's when he got into Mrs. Cruz's novels, and they really helped him.
Yes, I already know about his time in a madhouse. We called the place and they painted quite the picture of him. Did you ever see him display odd behavior in or around the hotel?
No. I mean, we've all got our little quirks, don't we?
Did he seem obsessed with Mrs. Cruz?
A little, maybe, but...
Obsessed enough to kill her husband?
No, nothing like that. We all have our obsessions. Me, for instance. I'm obsessed with celebrities and gossip magazines, and...
You don't seem to understand, Miss Roy. Mr. Spade is
Sophie...
not like you and me. He may
Sophie
look
is
like us,
kind of
but he's
stupid.
not. He's dangerous and needs to be taken off the streets.
Exactly.
So tell me, did you ever see him be violent or aggressive?
Oh, I mean, violent or aggressive? I did not witness that, but I feel like he is. But no evidence? I don't have any evidence of him being violent or aggressive. Did you ever see him be violent or aggressive? No.
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry, Miss Roy, but I just don't believe you.
I'm
I think you know
telling
more
the
than you let on.
truth! I'm telling the truth!
Can I please leave?
You can. But you'd better stay in town. I'm sure I'll have more questions for you very soon.
Okay, maybe I should have told the truth about the ice pick. Right? Okay, now I just look suspicious. God, it's freaking snowing, and she's not even wearing a coat.
That can't be a good sign. I guess I'll know soon enough. Let's go see what Bernard. The atmosphere is so different in here.
Bernard?
Will it ever feel like it used to?
Please, Lane, do not cross.
It'll
I am
probably
gonna
be a while
cross.
before the hotel reopens.
What is this? Water? Oh, the pipes is leaking.
Without Eugene, the lobby will be a swimming pool by the end of the month. Will the rest of the building even be standing? I'll need a mop to clean the puddle. With all the leaks, I'm sure there's one nearby.
Mop? There's no mop here. Oh, we're here. Wait, I could go here now. The restroom? No, that's it?
I have to clean the puddle by Bernard's office.
Okay.
Bernard's probably in his lair.
Ugh, go to hell.
Beth!
Beth!
Are you okay?
I'm out of a job. But other than that, yeah, everything's just peachy.
Wait, she got fired?
No,
I hope you're luckier than I am.
For what?
Come join me when he's done with you, all right? I'll be questioning my life choices on the mezzanine.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Is he gonna talk to me too?
Ah, Miss Roy. Come in.
I thought he was the one who died. But now that I found out it wasn't him who was dead,
you know why you're here?
I was kind of disappointed. Is it about the murder?
I would guess it has something to do with the murder.
Well, you'd be right about that. We've been getting a lot of press lately, and not the good kind. I wouldn't expect you to understand the position I'm in, but I assure you, it's quite uncomfortable. To have one's life's work blown away like that. All thanks to some sexual deviance and a nut job. It's obvious to me now that I haven't been firm enough. For guests of such morals to be comfortable booking a few nights here and committing such a horrid act.
Did he fire Beth because she's gay?
This means elevating our standards to the highest possible level, and it starts with the people working here. It starts with you.
With me?
Yes. From what I've heard, you've been quite the exemplary maid lately. Clean rooms, satisfied guests.
I take my job very seriously, sir.
As you should. We'll see for the future, but for now, you'll be allowed to continue working here.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not done. The police have finished their investigation and left a mess on the 5th floor. I want you to clean it up.
You want me to go back there?
Yes. Why not?
I found a dead body on that floor. I'm not going back.
I'll make this simple for you. If you don't do it, you're fired.
Ooh. Okay, then I'll do it. You can't fire me because I quit. I quit.
You
I quit.
fire me because I quit.
Sure. I fire you, you quit. It's all the same to me. Just make sure to empty your locker before the end of the month. That'll be all.
If Beth goes, I go too.
Hey.
Hey.
What a week.
Yeah. So, what did Bernard want with you?
Well, he was being kind of a jerk, so I quit.
You what?
I quit. I figured there was no point in staying if you were leaving.
I appreciate the solidarity, but you really didn't have to do that.
No?
I think it's for the best. Did Bernard say why he was firing you?
Ugh. He was going on and on about keeping deviants out of the hotel, so I may have lost my cool a little.
A little?
I told him I was one of those deviants he was so afraid of. He froze for a moment.
I knew it.
Showed me the door.
What's next for you?
So, what's next for you?
I think I'm done working under Bernard's or Linda's. Maybe it's time I become my own Bernard. Minus the fascism, of course. I could see myself owning my own establishment. One that caters to the right kind of crowd.
Oh.
Believe it or not, I
Girl
do
boss?
enjoy the company of people. Just not, you know, the stuck-up, entitled clientele of this prestigious hotel. But maybe if I were behind the counter of, say, a bar, instead of a reception desk. I don't know. Is that silly?
No, it's not. In fact, you'd be perfect for it.
Yeah.
You're the most charming person I know.
Thank you.
Beth is so mommy coded.
I'm really glad you're in my life.
Me too.
Can I kiss you? Can I kiss you?
Can I?
Kiss me?
Yes.
I thought you'd never ask.
Oh my god! Is this the GL ending? The GL ending? Oh my god!
What do you think will happen to them?
Who?
Sorry, My mind wanders sometimes. I meant Paul, Anne, and Marcella.
That's it? It was just a peck?
They'll be released?
Yeah, I think so. Paul will probably become a famed photographer. His portrait of you will be hanged at the Louvre, entitled The Inconspicuous Maid. It will sell for millions.
Is that so?
Yeah, and Anne and Marcella will ride into the sunset on the back of 2 Appaloozas, watching over their newly acquired ranch. They'll be constantly followed by their only sheep. They'll call him Paul, for old time's sake.
I liked that. I just want them to be happy.
Yeah.
Me too.
Wait, so I'm guessing Marcella and Anne left already. And Paul stayed behind. Paul kills Hector. What about the movie guy, the movie director guy? He was kind of sus. We didn't know anything about him. They got charged? Okay, if I didn't quit, would the game be longer? Lindsay Franklin. I think it would. No! They're in jail! They're in jail! No! I didn't want this to happen! No! Not the gays! Fucking Michael! The grand opening. Ah, he made it VIP only? Boo. Oh my god, that was the end! This is the end! Oh my god. I can't believe I chose the gay ending. What do you mean I can't believe I knew it all along? Oh my god. 10 out of 10 would play again. Would play again. I wonder if I didn't quit, I think the game would have gone like longer. And like I will find out who the actual killer is. Damn. Pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, skip all of this. Not gonna lie, I had very high expectations of this game. And you know what? It did not disappoint. I loved it. Okay. Ubisoft? No, Ubisoft. Is that all? Special cuts at the end? No? Oh, that's it. You know what? One thing I'm like low-key disappointed about is that we didn't see enough of Andrew. I wish we saw Andrew more. Like he only showed up for like, I don't know, 2 scenes. That's it. Load? What did I load? Oh, autosave. Okay, this is the, what is it? The police scene. And this is the scene where I either quit or I work. damn, god damn. Loved it, loved it. I actually like this game so much. God. I have found the joy of playing story games again. It's been so long since I played like a narrative game. Interactive story game. I might play this again. I might play this again. Maybe I'll try to get different ending or something. Or try getting like all the trophies. We'll see, we'll see. I don't know. Anyways, this will be the end of today's stream. Honestly, 6 hours and 30 minutes. God, I thought I was gonna finish this game in like 4 hours, to be honest. But 6 hours, 6 hours and 30 minutes is pretty decent also. Anyways, I really love this game. Might play again, 10 out of 10. I love the story, actually. I really love it. I love anything mystery, thriller, puzzle. I don't know what to say. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you all for joining. It is currently 3:30 a.m. for me. I hope you have a good night, good day, good evening. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets, cause I'm gonna learn. Thank you for all the rays. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for all the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you.